Chapter 2687. Du Xiaofu felt as if he had been enlightened, and he felt extremely carefree. Yes, after a long period of thinking, he finally understood the true meaning of the heavenly Tao and grasped the key point. What was the heavenly Tao? The heavenly Tao had the common people as its thoughts, its heart cherished the world, and its body contained all things. Was this not the reason why the heavenly Tao was above all living things? If it could not contain everything in this world with a broad mind, how could it be supreme? I am the heavenly Tao, and I shall protect all living things. Du Xiaofu muttered this sentence that his ancestor said when he suppressed the demon god. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it contained an incomparably deep meaning. My previous understanding was not wrong. The heavenly Tao is indeed a kind of connection between heaven and man. It is an illusory existence. If you want to control it, you can't forcefully seize it. You can only rely on your own mind to sense it, reach a resonance with it, and then make it a part of you. Du Xiaofu suppressed his excitement and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. The heavenly Tao's rules were shapeless, unfathomable, and mysterious. However, the root of its existence was still inseparable from everything in this world. The meaning of its existence was to serve all living things in the world. If you want to control the heavenly Tao, you must contain all things in the world. Du Xiaofu closed his eyes once again. All the qi in his body was withdrawn, and he became extremely ordinary. High up in the sky, the thunder martial vein that covered the entire sky stopped evolving into a mystical pattern. The huge light net slowly shrank and became smaller. Finally, it returned to Du Xiaofu's body and disappeared from the surface of his body. Huff, 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 gusts of wind blew past and brushed Du Xiaofu's face. At the same time, it also moved the boundless black clouds that covered the entire world. The rolling black clouds were completely blown away. The sky became clear again, and the blue sky and the white sun reappeared. The pressure that suppressed the souls of all living things finally dissipated and disappeared into nothingness. Did Xiaofu comprehend something? Du Tingxian spoke softly above the stone city of the desolate country, as if he had sensed something. Many experts had gathered here. They had all gained something from the images that had appeared previously, and they were all overjoyed. However, at this moment, they weren't in the mood to comprehend the Dharma and logos that they had comprehended. This was because everyone's attention was focused on Du Xiaofu, who was in midair. All of this started because of him. Now that such a change had occurred, all of the vast qi dissipated, but that young man still didn't do anything. He must have also obtained a great harvest. All the experts wanted to know what would happen next. However, at this moment, no one could tell what kind of state the young man was in. No one could see through the profundity. However, in their hearts, there was a faint trace of extreme anticipation. Under everyone's gaze, Du Xiaofu completely retracted his aura, and no one could sense any fluctuations from him. At this moment, he was in an extremely strange state. Even though the thunder martial vein had been retracted, he could still feel the Dharma and logos between heaven and earth. Every inch of his skin and every pore on his body seemed to be touching something. Just like the qi on his body, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit also remained silent. However, it was this state that made him feel as if he was in the natural world, and he had an inexplicable sense of affinity with everything in the world. A gentle breeze blew past Du Xiaofu's cheeks, as if a warm and soft hand was caressing him. This was an experience that he had never experienced before. It was as if some kind of invisible secret force was compatible with Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's mind was empty, and all the miscellaneous thoughts of the past were thrown out of his mind. He only felt that the things he felt were constantly changing. At this moment, he seemed to have become the earth, bearing everything in the world. Then, he felt that he had become a towering mountain, standing tall in the world. Not long after, he seemed to have become a clear spring, flowing slowly. or a blade of grass, swaying with the wind and spitting out dew. Sometimes, Du Xiaofu felt that he seemed to be an insect, chirping in the grass. Sometimes, he turned into a little bird, soaring between heaven and earth. Countless changes, countless different experiences, constantly changed in Du Xiaofu's heart. The sun rose and the moon set, and light and darkness constantly alternated. In this state, Du Xiaofu could not sense the passage of time at all. He was just using his heart to experience everything. His body stood in the air, looking ordinary and unremarkable. Below, countless people also stopped to watch. However, gradually, many people began to lose their patience. It's already been 3 days. What exactly is he comprehending? In the sky above the stone city, Jalobatian said doubtfully. In fact, he was not the only one. Everyone had the same question in their hearts. If Du Xiaofu made a certain amount of noise, they might be able to find out a thing or two from it. But now, standing motionless in the sky, they had no way of knowing what he was going through. And no one dared to disturb Du Xiaofu, for fear of affecting him. Xiaofu doesn't seem to be integrating with the heavenly Tao. It looks more like he's experiencing something. Du Tingxian said in a timely manner. The patterns evolved from the thunder martial veins that had appeared in the sky before showed that Du Xiaofu had already comprehended some profound traces of Dharma and Logos. It was also at that time that Du Tingxian was worried that he would be like the ancestors of the Du family, choosing to integrate with the heavenly Tao after his cultivation had surpassed the sky saint realm. If that was really the case, it was not something that Du Tingxian wanted to see. However, as Du Xiaofu's father, Du Tingxian knew his son very well. He knew that his son would have confidence in himself and would know how to weigh the pros and cons. Therefore, he gradually let go of the worry in his heart. But now all of the lightning and dark clouds in the sky had disappeared, and it had been 3 whole days since they had last appeared. However, Du Xiaofu was still standing in midair, and did not make any other movements. It was as if he had fallen into a deep sleep, and no one could see what kind of state he was in. This made Du Tingxian more and more puzzled. "Grandfather, let's go back first. I'm afraid that father will spend a lot of time to get out of this state," little Xingxing said in the crowd. In this world, other than Du Xiaofu, little Xingxing was the strongest. She could sense Du Xiaofu's current situation more clearly than anyone else. This kid has just woken up. He hasn't even had the time to say a word, and he's already caused such a commotion. I really don't know what he's trying to do. Sacred Array Child Jin Qinchun chuckled and said. After Du Xiaofu had died in the Great Calamity, he had been placed in a stone coffin. Later on, with the help of the 4 members of the Beigong family, he had truly recovered and awakened a few days ago. Everyone in the desolate country, and those who were on good terms with the desolate country, were pleasantly surprised. However, no one had expected that the guy would cause such a huge commotion as soon as he recovered, alarming all the living beings in this world. At this time, all the strange phenomena had disappeared, and countless living beings had recovered from their initial shock. However, Du Xiaofu was still very mysterious. It was as if he had stayed in midair, and did not want to come down. "Let's retreat first. Let the boss stay there by himself. I've gained a lot of insight from those diagrams, and I need to properly comprehend them." Du Xiaoyao's eyes shone with a golden light. After saying that, his figure flashed and he disappeared from where he stood. "Let's go." Many experts took another look at Du Xiaofu's figure, then followed Du Xiaoyao's actions, and all of them landed in the Stone City. This time, all the forces in the 3 continents and Kyushu who were on good terms with the desolate country had come in large numbers. They wanted to have a chat with Du Xiaofu when he woke up and congratulate him. However, looking at the scene before their eyes, it seemed that they would have to wait for a few more days. At the same time, everyone was extremely shocked in their hearts. After Du Xiaofu experienced this, he would probably reach a height that ordinary people could not imagine. Everyone couldn't help but sigh with emotion at this. That young man had already brought them far too much shock. As there were just too many experts who had come to the desolate country this time, even with the size of the palace, it was unable to arrange accommodations for so many experts. However, many of them had gained some insight earlier, and now they needed to find a quiet place to properly digest it. This put Du Tingxian, Yi Wuming, and the others in a difficult position. However, the people who came were very self-aware. They expressed that they would find a place to cultivate within the desolate country and would not cause trouble for others. As such, it did not take long for most of them to leave the palace. Some of them found a place to stay in the Stone City, but even more of them went to the areas around the Stone City. Only the golden-winged great rocks, the ancient heaven sect, and the school of agriculture remained in the palace. As time passed, day after day, night after night, Du Xiaofu remained in that strange state. It was as if he was in the world and had become one with it. It was also as if he was constantly changing, becoming everything in the world. All of this faintly resonated with the laws of the heavenly Tao in the unseen world. Close to 3 months silently passed under these circumstances. It was another clear day. Due to Du Xiaofu's rebirth and awakening, the Kyushu region of the 3 continents had calmed down once again. However, on this day the situation was broken once again. This was because on a day like this, an indescribable feeling rose up in the hearts of all the living beings in the world at the same time. At first, everyone thought that it was just a hallucination, so they did not take it to heart. However, as this situation continued, some people gradually understood that it was not a hallucination but a genuine feeling. Very soon, everyone in the Kyushu region of the 3 continents, from the experts with exceptional cultivation to the ordinary people and beasts without cultivation, were shocked by what they were feeling. Intense discussions erupted. What's going on? Why do I feel like my soul is throbbing and the blood in my body is flowing faster? I have a similar feeling. It's like there's an ancient grand soul hidden in my body that's awakening. My blood is boiling as if I've broken free from some sort of shackle. I can't help but want to roar. This feeling is too great. I've never experienced it before. It's like some sort of shackle on my body has been broken. This can't be a baseless rumor. There's definitely a source, but I don't know where it's coming from. After the calamity of the devil religion, strange things have happened one after another, each time so inconceivable. Many living beings couldn't help but speak one after another, discussing their own feelings with unclear emotions. When it came to the calamity of the devil religion, everyone was stunned for a moment before looking in the direction of the desolate kingdom. At this moment, everyone had the same thought. Could it be that this mysterious feeling is caused by the Rock Emperor? Some of the living beings voiced their thoughts. Even though they were very doubtful, this sentence actually entered the hearts of everyone present. After the calamity of the devil religion, there were several anomalies that appeared one after another, all of which were inseparable from the Rock Emperor. This time, after a round of discussion, everyone naturally thought of him again. Perhaps in this world, only that young man had the ability to cause such a large-scale effect. Do you feel it? The suppression between heaven and earth seems to have weakened a bit. In the palace of the desolate kingdom, Du Dingxuan's gaze swept across the people around him. He then raised his head and stared at Du Xiaofu in the sky. At this moment, Du Yunlong, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoyao, Zhen Qingchun, Jialo Batian, Sima Taxing, and the others had already gathered together. Like all the other living beings, they also had the same strange feeling. A simple comic version of Martial God's World is out. Little Yu has a few copies now, but there aren't many. After a while, he will bring more. When the time comes, he will organize a small event for everyone. Readers, please add Little Yu's WeChat public account, Yufeng YF. Remember, it's the account Yufeng YF. When the time comes, Little Yu will select some readers to send comics, beards, and other peripheral products, such as t-shirts, cups, and so on. Thank you for your continued support. With the strength of these people, they could even sense it more deeply than most of the other living beings. That's indeed the case. Although this weakening is difficult to detect, it really exists. The others all nodded, indicating that they had sensed the same thing as Du Tingxian. The people present were all extremely powerful. With their cultivation, they could already break through the void and enter the 33 heavens. Therefore, many subtle changes between heaven and earth could not escape their prying eyes. Just like now, some small changes between heaven and earth could still be sensed by everyone. Everyone from the 33 heavens has said that this world is a little special and is suppressed by the power of heaven and earth. The living beings here can only reach the heavenly saint realm at most. They have to go to the outside world to have a chance to step into a higher realm. However, no one can say for sure why all of this is happening. Even existences like the Lord of the 3,000 worlds and the Dragon God have to be restrained. Sacred Array Child Jin Qinchun frowned slightly and said, in fact, he was not the only one who did not understand this. Everyone had similar doubts. This world was truly too special. It was much more powerful than the other small worlds. However, compared to the 33 heavens, it was greatly restricted. However, whether it was Fu Ibai's group of 5, the young experts of the Beigong clan, the ancestor of the Skywood Divine Tree, or other people from the outside world, none of them could clearly explain the reason. However, everyone knew that all of this was probably caused by the suppression of heaven and earth. The weakening of the suppression must be related to Boss. Could it be that he has fused with the heavenly Tao like the ancestor of the Du family, thus affecting the overall situation of this world? Du Xiaoyao looked up at the sky and guessed. Everyone's actions were the same as him. They all looked up at Du Xiaofu in the sky. At this moment, the young man was no longer as calm as before. Some changes had occurred. Fusing with the heavenly Tao shouldn't be possible. He must have weighed the pros and cons in his heart. He knows the consequences of doing so, Du Tingxian said softly. However, at this moment, he was somewhat uncertain. After all, no one could truly understand Du Xiaofu's current state. Dad is clearly standing there, but why can't I sense him when I close my eyes? Du Xiaolin stretched out his 2 front hooves and rubbed his bright eyes in bewilderment. It's really like that. I can't sense Uncle Xiaofu's existence with the power of my soul. It's as if there's nothing in the space he's in. There's only the boundless void. Du Xiaoba exclaimed in bewilderment. When the others heard this, they all imitated the actions of the 2 little fellows. Could it be that they all sensed the same result? In the perception of their primordial spirits, Du Xiaofu seemed to have become one with the entire void and was in perfect harmony. Even with the powerful cultivation of everyone present, they were unable to detect his presence. If it were not for the fact that they could still see the figure standing in the void with their eyes, they would almost suspect that Du Xiaofu had disappeared from there. This situation caused everyone to be extremely puzzled. Let's wait and see. That kid will definitely give us a big surprise this time, Jialo Batian said, a smile appearing on his aged face. Then, under everyone's gazes, Du Xiaofu's body once again underwent a strange change. The figure that was originally standing in midair suddenly slowly changed, becoming more and more illusory until it finally disappeared. Such a scene caused everyone's mouths to drop open in an instant. This time, not only was the power of the soul unable to sense his existence, but even the naked eye could not see his figure. But things did not end there. The moment Du Xiaofu's figure disappeared, an inexplicable fluctuation suddenly began to spread out in the world. A cool breeze appeared out of thin air, blowing between the heavens and the earth. In the eastern sky, the scorching sun hung overhead. Pure white clouds floated in the sky, creating a clear and beautiful scenery. On the other hand, the sky in the west suddenly darkened. Half of the sky turned gray as if night had suddenly fallen. In the night sky, a bright moon hung high in the sky. Countless stars dotted it, twinkling like playful children blinking their eyes. Chapter 2689. The scorching sun in the east and the bright moon in the west, splitting the sky of this realm into two from the middle. The point of contact between the two was a bright line from south to north. However, these lines exuded a vast masculine aura and a deep feminine aura at the same time. Two completely opposite forces coexisted on the same line, blending the characteristics of the east and the west, but there was no conflict at all. Under the division of this line, the two different types of energy maintained a relative balance, each occupying half of the sky. The Rock Emperor's figure has disappeared, and a strange phenomenon has appeared. What's going on? The appearance of such a strange phenomenon immediately caused many beings in the Kyushu realm of the three continents to cry out. All the living beings in this realm were shaken once more. No one, including the many experts in the desolate country, knew what this meant. However, everyone could feel that at this moment, their blood was boiling even more intensely. The suppression between heaven and earth has decreased a little. My cultivation is increasing. Du Xiaoba suddenly shouted, his little face filled with excitement. Ever since Du Xiaoba had stepped into the half-step heavenly saint realm in the space between the clouds where there was no suppression, it was more difficult than ascending to the heavens for him to take another step forward. However, at this moment, following the mysterious phenomenon between heaven and earth, he actually felt that his strength had increased slightly. And this was precisely because the suppressive force had weakened. Du Xiaoba was not the only one. Du Xiaowang, Du Xiaolin, Zhen Qinchun, Du Tingxian, Jialo Jueyu, Yi Piaoling, Du Xiaojing, Qin Guyu, and the others also felt the same. Moreover, even little Xingxing, a heavenly saint powerhouse, could feel the increase in his strength. What kind of magnificent feat did Father do to actually cause the suppressive force between the heavens and earth to change? Little Xingxing's eyes flashed. While he was shocked, he was also even more confused. The suppression of heaven and earth in this world had existed since ancient times, and all living beings had long been accustomed to it. It was also because the heavenly Tao had taken action to suppress the demon god in ancient times and laid down an unparalleled great formation that gathered all the origin power of this realm, causing the suppression to become even stronger. It became impossible for living beings to break through to the saint realm. However, after the opening of the tomb of the heavenly Tao, everything returned to normal. The living beings could once again step into the saint realm. However, if they wanted to be like the living beings of the 33 heavens and reach a higher level, it was still impossible. This was because even the Lord of the 3,000 sectors and the Dragon God, the two supreme powerhouses, could only follow the rules of this realm after coming to this realm. Otherwise, with their strength, it was impossible for them to not be able to suppress the demon god. However, at this moment, this situation that had existed since ancient times seemed to be disappearing. Let's wait and see. When Xiaofu appears again, we must ask him what's going on. Jialo Batian was so excited that his face was trembling, unable to hide his excitement. There was no doubt that all of this must have been caused by Du Xiaofu. He really didn't know what that kid had comprehended to be able to cause the power of heaven and earth to change. Everyone stopped talking and stared at the sky. On the east and west, two completely opposite scenes were displayed between heaven and earth at the same time, as if maintaining a delicate balance. However, this balance didn't last for long and was eventually broken. Rumble, suddenly, there was a loud rumble, and a thunderous sound came from above the ninth heaven. As this loud sound reverberated, the sky on both sides moved at the same time, extending toward each other. The clear sky and the pitch-black night intertwined and collided, pushing each other away as if trying to invade each other's domain. However, the power of both sides was too vast. Terrifying forces spilled out and constantly squeezed toward each other, but neither could occupy the other's domain at all. Under the crushing force of that unparalleled force, the boundary between the two constantly changed shape and began to distort and deform. In the middle, the bright and deep line was being squeezed and deformed, but it firmly fixed the two sides in the area. Rumble, the sun and the moon moved at the same time, and heaven and earth shook as a terrifying aura burst out. The clear and dark heavens on both sides seemed to have their own consciousness, and they kept invading each other's domains. In the south, the power of the light side pushed and squeezed crazily, causing the edges of the gloomy sky to cave in. In the north, it was the exact opposite. The gloomy sky was pressed against the line in the middle, creating a large gap in the bright sky. Amidst this scene, the two forces pushed each other as if they had turned into a hole, and they began to slowly rotate. Rumble, the loud sound was like rolling thunder, resounding in the sky and on the ground. As time continued to pass, the forces on both sides, which occupied half of the sky, rotated faster and faster. On the other hand, the bright line in the middle had opposite depressions on both ends and was being pushed. Before long, the scene high in the sky changed positions. The bright sky turned from the east to the west, and the dark sky turned from the west to the east. Even so, the scenes on both sides did not stop there. Instead, they seemed to be moving faster and faster. Taiji diagram, it's a Taiji diagram. Looking at this scene, a living being exclaimed loudly. In fact, there was no need for anyone to remind them. Everyone could already see that a Taiji diagram had formed in the sky. On one side, the blue sky and the white sun were the yang fish, while on the other side, the dark moon was the yin fish. Under the separation of the bright and deep line in the middle, they were constantly rotating. As for that line, it acted as the yin and yang dividing line. Under everyone's gazes, the Taiji diagram spun rapidly, faster and faster until it turned into a blurry shadow. Among them, the sun, moon, stars, and the appearance of the bright and dark sky could no longer be seen clearly. The entire sky had become chaotic, hazy, and deep. However, the miraculous thing was that as the Taiji diagram spun faster and faster, the blurry scene slowly became clear again. Half of the light and half of the darkness were separated by the yin and yang dividing line again. They were divided into two sides, and it looked like they were slowly rotating. However, many people knew that in reality, not only had the Taiji diagram not slowed down, but it had also become faster and faster, which was why such a scene had appeared. It was precisely because of this that at a glance, the scene in the sky seemed to have gradually stopped. It was just an illusion. Look, the positions of the sun and the moon have swapped with each other. A creature suddenly cried out loudly, using his finger to point at the sky, as if he had seen something terrifying. Many people looked up and saw a strange scene. Countless stars adorned the gloomy sky, but what they set off was no longer the bright moon from before. Instead, there was a blazing ball of light that was entrenched in the sky, releasing a bright light. On the contrary, in the clear half of the sky, the full moon hung in the sky like a silver plate. However, it was not bright in the blue sky. Instead, it looked very dark, like a deep divine abyss. How can there be a scorching sun in the dark night? How can there be a dark moon in the blue sky? An expert cried out, his heart filled with disbelief. Everyone knew that the sun could only be seen during the day, and the moon could only be seen at night. Even during the alternating hours of dawn and dusk, the sun and moon could not be under the same sky. These were two completely opposite attributes, representing the difference between yang and yin. There's nothing to be shocked about anymore. The scene of the day and night appearing together has already happened. If something unbelievable were to happen again, I wouldn't be more shocked. Someone else said, as if they had already become numb to the events that had happened today. Hearing this, many people nodded in agreement, expressing that they felt the same way. Du Xiaofu had already created far too many inconceivable things for the world. Even though this was the first time they had seen such a scene, many people gradually calmed down. Of course, there were people who were shocked, but under the increasing shock, they could only become numb. The manifestation of yin and yang, the switching of the sun and moon. This scene is a miracle. In the desolate country, Qi Xinglong of the school of yin and yang said in a daze. He came from the school of yin and yang, and the method he cultivated was to explore the principles of yin and yang between heaven and earth, borrowing the power of the sun, moon, and stars to cultivate. However, even among the main clans in the upper realm, no one could cause a scene like Du Xiaofu's. Day and night in the sky, the switching of the sun and moon, and the manifestation of yin and yang. This was indeed a miracle. In this realm, all living beings widened their eyes as they watched this scene that they had not seen in 10,000 years. They were all waiting quietly, waiting for the great rock emperor to reappear. When that time came, he would probably go to an extremely terrifying place and obtain endless benefit. In the void, although Du Xiaofu's body had disappeared, his consciousness still existed. He could feel that his body seemed to have turned into the most primitive yin and yang qi under the influence of the power of yin and yang, existing between heaven and earth. This included his primordial spirit, which had spread out and encompassed the entire realm. Tai Chi means that before heaven and earth were separated, vitality was mixed into one, which is the beginning. Therefore, Yi has Tai Chi, giving birth to yin and yang, forming the 5 elements and giving birth to all things. In the void, Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. Many people knew and understood the meaning of this sentence. Everything in the world was divided by yin and yang, which was why there was a saying like, yin alone does not give birth, yang alone does not grow. Without yang, yin cannot be born, and without yin, yang cannot be transformed. Yin and yang are the path of heaven and earth, the outline of all things, the parents of change, the origin of life and death, and the abode of the gods. The invisible rules contained in the heavenly axiom were part of heaven and earth, and were naturally formed by yin and yang. The path of heaven and earth uses yin and yang to create all things. Heaven and earth, the sun and moon, thunder and lightning, wind and rain, male and female, hard and soft, movement and stillness. All things are divided into yin and yang. The principle of life uses yin and yang to nourish the bones, meridians, bones, flesh, abdomen, back, 5 internal organs, 6 bowels, and even 7 damages and 8 benefits. Everything in one's body is in accordance with the principles of yin and yang. Man is related to heaven and earth, and corresponds to the sun and moon. The information of one body is connected to heaven and earth, and should be applied to all things. Du Xiaofu muttered silently, deeply understanding the meaning of these words. Yin and yang are the principles of heaven and earth. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's consciousness seemed to have gently exhaled. Ever since he saw through the foundation of the heavenly axiom, he wanted to control it in his hands, and not merge it. The method of control was to use one's body to encompass all things, including all existences in heaven and earth. In nearly 3 months, he felt that he was constantly changing, becoming a flower, a tree, a dust, a stone, a water, and a mist in this world. Only in this way could he truly understand what kind of existence all things were. In this process, Du Xiaofu was all things in heaven and earth, and at the same time, he also felt that all things in heaven and earth were him. After experiencing this understanding, Du Xiaofu's heart was like a mirror, reaching an extremely clear state. To control the heavenly axiom, what one needs to control is not the formless rules, nor is it the laws of yin and yang. Instead, one needs to merge oneself with all things and achieve resonance. Du Xiaofu thought softly, and his mind was constantly turning. The so-called heavenly axiom contained thousands of rules and order, and was also a part of heaven and earth. Because of the existence of the heavenly axiom, the sun rose and the moon fell, the tide rose, and all things evolved. From this point of view, the order of the heavenly axiom was an existence that opposed all tangible things in the world, and belonged to yin and yang. If one simply wanted to control the heavenly axiom, It was absolutely impossible to seize the rules of the heavenly axiom. Only by placing oneself between heaven and earth, and at the same time transforming into all things, and triggering the formless power of the rules, and putting oneself in a mysterious state, and at the same time transforming into all things, was also the formless heavenly axiom. In this way one could truly have the same sound and rhythm as the greater world. The so-called control of the heavenly axiom is so simple. Imperceptibly, Du Xiaofu seemed to be smiling. After he woke up and recovered from the stone coffin, he had countless hesitations and indecisiveness. Faced with the temptation of merging with the heavenly axiom and obtaining supreme power, it was difficult to make a choice. However, in the end, by triggering the formless rules of the heavenly axiom, in addition to various other kinds of understanding, he finally saw through the true meaning of the heavenly axiom. It was only at this time that he had the complete confidence to control the heavenly axiom, and not merge with the formless rules like his ancestors. This kind of joyful mood spread and affected all the living beings in this realm. Suddenly, everyone seemed to have encountered a joyous occasion, and their mood was incomparably joyous. Even the countless flowers and trees rooted in the earth became brighter at this moment. What a strange feeling! In the stone city of the desolate country, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoyao, and the others were all amazed. Although they did not know where this feeling came from, they could not help but be curious. Everyone stared at the miraculous scene in the sky. While they felt happy, they also hoped to see Du Xiaofu appear. This scene did not last for long. In the end, the Taiji diagram that covered the entire sky of this world spun faster and faster. However, to the naked eye, it seemed to have stopped, and there was no movement at all. High in the sky, the scorching sun was still emitting a bright light in the night sky. The silver moon was also hanging high in the sky, dark and deep. Buzz! At this moment a strange fluctuation rippled out, and everyone could clearly sense it. It was also at this moment that the yin-yang division line suddenly shone brightly, and it was countless times brighter than the light emitted by a thunderbolt explosion. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, the two ends of the yin-yang separation line seemed to have been ignited. Two flames, one red and one black, lit up respectively. Then, the entire yin-yang division line seemed to have turned into a fuse of gunpowder. It began to burn from both ends and quickly moved towards the middle, where a red and a black ball of light appeared. In the end, the two balls of light finally met in the middle and merged with each other. Swoosh! The red and black balls collided, and a ray of light flashed out and quickly disappeared. In the next moment, the figure of a young man appeared from within and slowly descended from the sky. Xiaofu! Father! Brother! Rock Emperor! Seeing that Du Xiaofu had finally appeared, countless experts were pleasantly surprised. Since he had already appeared and was walking towards the crowd, needless to say, all the changes should be coming to an end now. This kid, I wonder what kind of benefits he got from causing such a big commotion this time. We must interrogate him properly later. It's too curious. In the desolate country, many people also flew up into the sky and headed towards Du Xiaofu. However, behind the young man, the Tai Chi diagram was still spread out in the boundless void. Strangely, the yin-yang division line in the middle had already disappeared, but there were no violent collisions between the two opposing forces. This made many people feel bewildered. Long time no see. Du Xiaofu chuckled as he walked down from the sky and greeted the experts with a smile. However, when he saw that some people were staring behind him, Du Xiaofu could not help but chuckle again. "All right." Then, he turned around and waved his arm gently. The Tai Chi diagram that occupied the entire sky began to change. Chi Chi Chi, the dark night that occupied half of the sky, which represented the yin attribute, began to move. It moved horizontally towards Qing Tian's territory, directly pushing the other party to move. This scene looked as if the dark night was carrying the stars in the sky, constantly devouring the light. Only the silver moon did not move. In the end, it was enveloped by the dark night. In the end, the vast and boundless night gradually enveloped the land. The sun was pushed out by the curtain of night and disappeared into the boundless night. Chapter 2690. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and the scenery between heaven and earth changed rapidly, returning to its original state. It had been several hours since the day and night had appeared, and the sun and moon had appeared in the sky at the same time. At this moment it was deep into the night. The curtain of night shrouded the earth, and a bright moon hung overhead. Rays of clear light poured down, illuminating the world. The stone city of the Huang country seemed to be draped with a layer of silver gauze, hazy with a mysterious glow. Du Xiaofu stepped down from the sky and quickly landed on the ground. He gathered with Du Tingxian, Du Xiaoyao, Ouyang Shuang, Little Xingxing, Qi Yeshi, Han Aodong, and the others. Xiaofu! Brother! Father! Many strong fighters swarmed forward, surrounding Du Xiaofu in the center. There seemed to be some sparkling light brewing in everyone's eyes. My good grandson, you've finally come back to life. The old lady, Garuda Maluo, stepped forward, her withered hands stroking Du Xiaofu's face. Tears of excitement flowed from her old and slightly cloudy eyes. Although it had been almost 3 months since Du Xiaofu's complete rebirth, he had caused a commotion. However, ever since he had appeared, he had caused a commotion. This was the first time he had truly stood in front of the old lady. Therefore, seeing her grandson standing in front of her now, how could she not be happy to the point of tears? Grandma, I've been unfilial. I've made you worry. Du Xiaofu gently hugged the old lady and said with a smile. Xiaofu. Mother Han Aodong also cried uncontrollably. She pulled her son into her arms, unwilling to let go for a long time. Mother, it's okay. I'm back. Du Xiaofu comforted her. Drunkard father. Sister. Ilao. Brother Qing Chun. Grandfather. Uncle. Second uncle. Du Xiaofu smiled and greeted everyone one by one. Looking at everyone's expressions, they were all moved to tears. At this moment, not only were the others emotional, even Du Xiaofu himself was on the verge of bursting into tears. Sorry for making everyone worry. Looking at the familiar faces in front of him, Du Xiaofu felt as if a lifetime had passed. In reality, he had indeed experienced a life and death situation. This was not fake. If it weren't for the means left behind by his ancestors, he wouldn't have been able to come back to life. When he was fighting the demon god and burning his own law origins, Du Xiaofu had already prepared himself for death. Who would have thought that he would come back to life in the end? Life was just so unpredictable. Therefore, it could be said that his experience was indeed a life and death separation from many of his loved ones. Dad, I want a hug. The little Qilin jumped out from Ouyang Shuang's shoulder and directly jumped into Du Xiaofu's embrace. Its 2 front hooves hugged onto Du Xiaofu's neck as it kept rubbing its face intimately. Come, let's go home. Du Xiaofu restrained his emotions. Holding the little Qilin in his left hand and Du Xiaowang in his right, he walked towards a large hall in the palace. Great, we're finally reunited. First Uncle Du Zhixiong and second Uncle Du Jinwu were overjoyed and followed closely behind. A large group of people took their seats in the hall. Everyone's emotions had finally calmed down, but it was inevitable that they were still excited. Everyone present was either a member of the desolate country or an expert who had deep connections with the desolate country. After Du Xiaofu recovered, they naturally had a lot to say to him. Kid, you've caused such a big scene this time. What's going on? Hurry up and tell us. Jalobatian did not hide his curiosity at all and directly asked Du Xiaofu. Hearing such a question, the others naturally turned their eyes to Du Xiaofu. Everyone wanted to know what he had gained in the past 3 months. Actually, after I woke up, I had a vague feeling and spied on the invisible heavenly way precepts to see what kind of existence it was. Du Xiaofu did not hide anything and said so. Xiaofu, did you merge with the heavenly way? Du Dingshuan's mind was instantly raised and he asked in a panic. He knew that once he controlled the heavenly way, he would be able to possess supreme power. No one in this world would be able to defeat him. Even if the Lord of the 3,000 great thousand worlds and the Dragon God were here, they would still be restricted. However, deep in his heart, he really did not want Du Xiaofu to merge with the heavenly way. When the others heard this, they could not help but be stunned. They all knew what kind of restrictions one would face if they merged with the heavenly way. If he did so, then there would be no rock emperor in this world, who fought without regard for his own life. There would only be a ruthless and cold-blooded incarnation of the heavenly way. Not to mention Du Xiaofu's current achievements, even if it were them, there were probably not many who would be willing to try. Therefore, such an outcome should be something that the living beings of this world did not want to see. Don't worry, Dad, I didn't merge with the heavenly way. Du Xiaofu smiled and said to Du Tingxian. At the same time, he cast a reassuring glance at the others. Phew! That scared me to death. It's good that you didn't. It's fine if you don't want that supreme power. Even if you merged with the heavenly way, you're just a puppet of invisible rules and will be restrained in every way. That's right. What's the use of having such great power if you can't use it for yourself? The group of experts began to talk at once, and at the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. And just as these people were making a racket, Du Xiaofu softly said another sentence that rang in everyone's ears, causing them to be stunned in an instant. They were all petrified like clay sculptures. I only controlled the heavenly way, Du Xiaofu said casually, smiling as he swept his gaze over everyone's expressions. It was truly endlessly fascinating. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths seemed to be able to stuff an elephant in. It was indescribably comical. No. It can't be. After a long while, Du Xiaoyao was the first to speak, extremely incredulous. Control means that you can mobilize the power of the heavenly way, but you won't be restrained by the rules of the heavenly way. Is that so? Zhen Qingchun could not help but ask doubtfully. Actually, his understanding of Du Xiaofu's meaning was not wrong, but he was extremely uncertain in his heart, so he wanted to confirm it. In fact, it was not only Zhen Qingchun. At this moment, the others were also looking at Du Xiaofu with burning eyes, wanting to hear his specific answer. Brother Qi-chun, you're right. Du Xiaofu still had a smile on his face as he nodded. However, when these words came out, it immediately caused the entire hall to seethe with excitement. Damn, that's also possible. Boss, you're too awesome. Controlling the heavenly way, that's controlling, not merging. This is simply too unbelievable. Something that even the ancestors of the Du family could not achieve was actually done by Xiaofu. Abnormal, too abnormal. Controlling the heavenly way, controlling the power of this world. In the future, Dad will not only be the Rock Emperor of the desolate country, but also the Rock Emperor of this world. He was originally the Rock Emperor of this world, but after controlling the invisible rules of the heavenly way, this title is even more true to his name. In the future, even if a powerhouse like the demon god comes to this world, he won't be able to cause any trouble. That's right, with Xiaofu around, he can kill such a powerhouse with a flip of his hand. Everyone was extremely excited, as they all had some understanding of the existence of the heavenly way. Even the ancestors of the Du family, who were extremely talented, were unable to control the heavenly way, but Du Xiaofu had done it. With such supreme power, if they had to face a situation similar to the great calamity of the devil religion again, there would be no more misery and suffering like in the past. Even existences like the Lord of the 3,000 sectors and the Dragon God had to be suppressed by the invisible rules when they came to this world. It was clear how powerful the power of this world was. Everyone, don't get too excited. Controlling the heavenly way doesn't mean that you won't die. Du Xiaofu suddenly spoke, causing the entire hall to fall silent. Everyone was quietly waiting for him to continue. I have a feeling that if some people come to this world, they won't be suppressed by the rules of the heavenly way, but I can't say for sure what kind of people they are. I only have a vague feeling. He frowned slightly and said slowly, "So, it's not that no one can threaten the safety of this world. Could it be that there's someone stronger than the Lord of the 3,000 sectors and the Dragon God?" Du Tingxian asked, somewhat bewildered. Everyone believed that the Lord of the 3,000 sectors and the Dragon God were supreme powerhouses, and that no one should be stronger than them. However, if there was someone who wasn't suppressed by the power of the heavenly way and thus posed a threat to Du Xiaofu, who controlled the heavenly way, then their strength must be even more terrifying than those two. When he heard Du Tingshuan's question, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but shake his head. He then glanced at Little Star and said, "I don't know how strong the Lord of the 3,000 sectors and the Dragon God are. However, I have a feeling that being able to threaten me doesn't have much to do with the strength of their strength." Everyone looked at each other, feeling very puzzled. However, when they thought about it, they understood. After all, the 33 heavens was so vast, there were many things that they still didn't understand with their current strength. "Xiaofu, there's something that I'm afraid you still don't know." Du Tingxian didn't think too much about the previous question. Instead, he told them about Du Xiaofu's death during the great calamity of the devil religion, how the demon god had been resurrected, and how Jiang Chun had suddenly appeared. Jiang Chun? He's the one who devoured the demon god's nascent spirit? Du Xiaofu was so shocked that he couldn't be any more shocked. This shock was no small matter. Ever since his resurrection, this was the first time he'd come into contact with anyone. He knew nothing about what had happened after his death. Now that he heard Du Tingxian mention it, his heart was filled with shock. After that, Du Tingxian and the others told Du Xiaofu everything they'd heard from the Skywood Divine Tree ancestor. But no matter how they thought about it, they couldn't figure out the crux of the matter. As for Jiang Chen's origins, I'm also unable to figure it out. I'm sure that once we go to the outside world, we'll slowly come to understand. Du Xiaofu sighed. Although his friendship with Jiang Chen wasn't shallow, there were many things that he didn't know. Moreover, even Jiang Chen himself had been trying to figure out Jiang Chen's origins. However, he didn't know whether or not Jiang Chen had remembered something before he'd killed the demon god. "Father, we can all sense that the suppression of this world has weakened. Although it's very subtle, it's still a change. Does this have anything to do with you?" Little Xingxing looked up at Du Xiaofu with her bright eyes. It wasn't just little Xingxing. Many other experts could clearly sense this. Although compared to before, the change was not particularly great, but there was indeed a trend of weakening. As a result, everyone was very curious as to whether or not all of this had originated from Du Xiaofu. "This matter arose because of me, but it wasn't my doing. Although I control the power of the heavenly Tao, I don't have the ability to change the invisible laws." Du Xiaofu nodded and explained, "In the process of controlling the heavenly Tao, I personally experienced many things. It seems that this world has always been suppressed by someone, rather than by someone else, since ancient times. It was only after I gained control of the heavenly Tao that this invisible suppression was undone. In the future, there will probably be even greater changes." Du Xiaofu said with a slight frown. When he gained control of the heavenly Tao, he discovered some strange things. He felt that the suppression of this world, which was the power of the invisible laws, seemed to have been interfered with by someone. "There's such a situation?" Zhen Qingchun, Du Xiaoyao, Jialo Jueyu, and the others were also shocked. To be able to affect the invisible laws of this world, how powerful was the person who interfered behind the scenes? Could there really be an existence much more powerful than the lords of the 3,000 sectors and the Dragon God? We'll find out in the future. Du Xiaofu gently raised his head and looked at the boundless void. He definitely wouldn't be able to find the answer to all of this by himself. He could only go to the outside world to find it. Perhaps the lords of the 3,000 sectors and the dragon god could tell him. Everyone didn't say much on this topic and continued to talk about many things with Du Xiaofu. He told them everything that had happened in the days before his resurrection without any details. So in the outside world, there are 33 heavens, countless small worlds, and the 18 layers of hell. The cultivators there are divided into the awakened, see-through, returning to void, seizing God, severing truth, immortal, meditative, carrying Tao, and formless realm. The Sky Saint realm is equivalent to the seizing God realm. Does that mean that if I go to the 33 heavens, I can directly have the strength of the severing truth realm? That girl Xingyu went to the 33 heavens with her master. The heavenly wood divine tree ancestor is related to the Beigong clan. Dongli Qingqing also went to the outside world. The lords of the 3,000 sectors and the dragon god sent people to help me. If there's a chance, I'll have to thank them properly. Chapter 2691. Reuniting after nearly a year, Du Xiaofu had too much to say to everyone. Du Xiaofu was also digesting the information he had received. With his current cultivation, he should be in the truth-severing realm in the 33 heavens, but Du Xiaofu felt that something was wrong. Although he had surpassed the Sky Saint realm after fusing with the complete law of lightning, he had also surpassed the seizing God realm. Although there was a huge difference between the Sky Saint realm and the realm beyond the Sky Saint realm, Du Xiaofu felt that there was still a gap between it and the truth-severing realm. Perhaps there was still some difference between the Sky Saint realm and the truth-severing realm. Let's not think about it anymore. After I go to the 33 heavens, I'll have a good understanding and see what the seizing God realm and the truth-severing realm are all about. Du Xiaofu whispered to himself. Rather than cracking his head trying to figure it out, it was better to go to the outside world and understand it in detail. It was almost dawn when everyone left the hall. Then, accompanied by many experts, Du Xiaofu went to the Huang nation's ancestral temple to pay his respects to Huolei Laozu and Lei Tianhuang. These two people had come to this world because of the fall of their ancestors and could be considered as members of the Du family. And it was because of their fearless sacrifice that Du Xiaofu was able to fuse with the complete law of lightning in the battle with the demon god, which gave him the strength to fight. Du Xiaofu felt even more inexplicably sad about their fall after his resurrection. In another 2 months it will be exactly a year until the end of the great calamity. In the name of the Huang nation, I summon all the forces in the 3 continents and Kyushu to pay respects to the heroic spirits who died in the great calamity at the end of the year. Du Xiaofu said softly as he looked at the memorial tablets of Huolei Laozu and Lei Tianhuang. Too many people had died in the great calamity. Other than Huolei Laozu and Lei Tianhuang, Du Xiaofu was familiar with Mu Qingge, Feng Wuxie, Lai Diao, Mang Yuan, Ren Yuan, Yao Tianwu, Jiang Yiting, Jialo Juekong, Rainbow Moon, Jitsang, Di Lang, Xiao Yao, Xian Tu, Bai Qi, Ho Shuo, Xiang Wushuang, Xiang Zhangxing, Daoist Qing Feng, Su Yangzi, Feng Han, Feng Wu, Ninefold Spirit, Saint Feng Qi, Dongli Ruoshu, Thunderhawk King, Miameng Wang, Phantom, Bloodvine, and so on. It was precisely because there were so many heroes fighting on the battlefield that the devil religion's losses didn't reach a terrifying level. Even though blood flowed like rivers, corpses piled up like mountains, and devastation filled the world, there were still many living beings who had survived. Those heroes who had died in battle deserved to be remembered by everyone in this world. We had plans for this matter before, but because we didn't know when you would wake up, we put it on hold for a few days. Don't worry, I will make the arrangements. It's enough for us to worry about these things. Yi Wuming nodded and said to Du Xiaofu, "It's been hard on you all these years, Yi Lao." Du Xiaofu turned around and looked at the old man beside him. He couldn't help but be surprised. With Yi Lao here, he didn't have to worry about these things. Moreover, he had long been accustomed to being a hands-off manager. Almost all the affairs of the desolate country were handled by Yi Lao and Murong Yoru. But today, Du Xiaofu had already controlled the heavenly Tao of this world. The desolate country was invincible in this world. Even if the main clans of the legalism, the school of famers, and the school of vertical and horizontal sent people here, they wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. The power of the desolate country had already reached its peak. At the very least, it could no longer advance in this world. At a time like this, there were still many things that depended on Yi Lao. Du Xiaofu felt that he owed Yi Lao. "I'm already used to it," Yi Lao teased Du Xiaofu. Then, he looked deeply at the young man before him. He suddenly sighed and said, "I never would have thought. The little guy who used to fool me in every possible way and spouted nonsense in front of me back then has already grown to such a level. Now that I think about it, everything is like a dream. It doesn't seem real at all." Yi Wuming narrowed his eyes slightly. He smiled at Du Xiaofu and said, "Back then, I was only a little martial king. But for some reason, I believed your bold words. Of course, it was also because of your rapid rise and endless resources that I was able to enter the Saint Martial realm. Otherwise, I'm afraid that today, I would only be a domain realm cultivator at most, or even a revered realm cultivator. Yi Lao, it was because of your existence that I had enough time to concentrate on cultivation. You have contributed greatly to the desolate country's current strength. If it wasn't for you, it wouldn't have been so easy for the desolate country to rise so quickly." As Du Xiaofu spoke, his expression suddenly became fierce. "Furthermore, it's not enough for us to dominate this world. Even if we go to the 33 heavens, some people will have to give us a place." Of course, he already knew that before he woke up, the people of legalism, school of famous scholars, and school of vertical and horizontal had come to the desolate country to show off their strength. Regarding this, even though Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolin, and Du Xiaowang had already dealt with those people miserably enough, Du Xiaofu did not plan to let it go just like that. After going to the 33 heavens, these debts would have to be properly settled. Her medicine Saint Yi Wuming looked at Du Xiaofu's expression and could not help but laugh. He pointed at his nose and said, "I knew you were someone who couldn't stay idle. Wherever you go, trouble follows. It seems that the 33 heavens will definitely be very lively soon." Faced with Yi Lao's teasing, Du Xiaofu helplessly and innocently spread out his hands and said, "I'm not someone who causes trouble, but if someone wants to ride on my head and behave atrociously, then I definitely can't tolerate it. I have to think of a way to make them restrain themselves." In response to Du Xiaofu's words, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, and Zhen Qingchun chuckled at the same time and did not comment. "I've gotten used to being busy these past few years. Once this great calamity is over, there will be no power in the world that can compete with the desolate country. To be honest, I'm not used to this sudden free time. When you go to the 33 heavens, you must bring me with you," Yi Wuming said with a smile. His meaning was very clear. If Du Xiaofu went to the outside world, he would be willing to stay by his side and help him deal with many matters. No matter where the desolate country develops, it will naturally be without Yi Lao's help. However, the 33 heavens cannot be compared to this world. There are countless experts there, and great powers have been entrenched for countless years. Their strength is unimaginable. So at the beginning, it's better for you to stay in this world. Wait until we have laid down a certain foundation, then we can bring more people over," Du Xiaofu said after some thought. In truth, he already had a certain number of people who would go to the 33 heavens. However, he was not in a hurry to do this. He planned to stay in this world for a few more days and spend some time with his family and friends. After paying his respects to Huolei Laozu and Lei Tianhuang, Du Xiaofu parted with the others and returned to his residence. He began to carefully think about some things related to controlling the heavenly way. Using a broad mind to encompass the world, becoming all things and experiencing all the laws in the world, I've truly come into contact with the heavenly way's true meaning and grasped that invisible law in my hands. Du Xiaofu was not in a hurry and was completely calm. In other words, right now I can directly mobilize all the power in this world for my own use. This world is no different from me. If I prosper, we prosper, and if I suffer, we suffer. It's because my cultivation has surpassed the heavenly saint realm that I can control the heavenly way's laws, causing the suppression of the world in this world to lessen. I just don't know what kind of changes will happen to this world as my cultivation continues to increase. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself, feeling great anticipation in his heart. It could be said that after controlling the heavenly way, the benefits he obtained were immense. No matter what kind of expert came to this world, they would be bound by the invisible law. Du Xiaofu himself was this world, and he could use the power here as he pleased. In this world, he was the supreme being. He stood above everything, and no one could defeat him. As his cultivation increased, the suppression would become smaller and smaller, and it might even disappear in the end. At that time, who knew what kind of situation this world would develop into? However, Du Xiaofu could faintly feel that there were some people who could threaten his life. Furthermore, if he died, although this realm would also suffer a calamity of destruction, it would not truly perish. After losing him, the controller of the laws, perhaps the entire world would have to start from scratch. Under the cycle of time, it would gradually recover its vitality. Where does the suppressive force of this world come from? Who has such great ability to affect the invisible laws of this world? Du Xiaofu was extremely puzzled, and he could not understand the origin of the suppression of the world. After controlling the heavenly way, he could see through much more than before. Even though he controlled the heavenly way of this world, he could not change the laws. He could only mobilize them for his own use. In reality, the suppression of this world was becoming smaller and smaller because of his actions. Evidently, someone had done something to this world, or something major had happened a long time ago, which affected the true meaning of the laws of this world. Perhaps this world was originally in existence on the same level as the 33 heavens, but because of the invisible suppression, it actually limited the strength of experts like the Lord of the 3,000 vast worlds and the Dragon God to surpass the heavenly saint realm after coming here. What had happened here in the distant past? Now, let's try what it feels like to mobilize the power of the world. Du Xiaofu put aside the many messy thoughts in his mind and became a little excited. He closed his eyes slightly, and with a thought, he spread out along the tracks of the order between heaven and earth. Then, images appeared in his mind, as if he was seeing them with his own eyes. He saw a fish as thick as a thumb swimming at the bottom of the 8,000-kilometer-long river in the central province, spitting out bubbles. He saw the memorial tablet of Huolei Laozu in the demon world's holy demon hall. He saw the tomb of the heavenly way that originally existed in the depths of the heaven burial wasteland in the ancient wasteland, but it was now a flat land, and there was no trace of it at all. Every scene in this world was under Du Xiaofu's observation. Whether it was the big picture or the small details, they all fell into his perception. Moreover, in the process of spying, he did not emit the slightest ripple of power, and no expert could detect it. This ability was much stronger than relying on the power of the origin spirit. Wind on the flat land. With a thought, Du Xiaofu controlled the invisible power of the rules to change. Then, a fierce wind suddenly appeared between heaven and earth, whistling fiercely, and blowing the branches and leaves inside and outside, causing them to shake incessantly. Sudden rainstorm. Du Xiaofu's thought changed, and the fierce wind suddenly stopped. Then, large patches of dark clouds gathered, and the light in the entire Kyushu domain of the 3 continents dimmed in an instant. A heavy downpour suddenly came, and a black mass fell from the sky. However, when the heavy rain was about to touch the ground, it suddenly disappeared, as if it had never happened, and there was no trace of it. This scene made the countless living beings in this world feel baffled for a long time. No one knew that this was the result of Du Xiaofu showing off his skills in private when he was in high spirits. To be able to achieve such an effect with a small show of skill, it's indeed valiant. In the room, Du Xiaofu laughed happily. He had only played a little, and it had caused such a huge change. If it was in the past, it would have been a little inconceivable. If he purely relied on his own strength, with his strength that surpassed the heavenly saint stage, he would have to unleash more than half of his strength to achieve this. Du Xiaofu was very satisfied with the ability he had after controlling the heavenly path. Nevertheless, he did not waste too much time on this. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the door. Creak, under the guidance of his qi, the door opened with a slight creak. Then, Ouyang Shuang walked in from outside. "You're here." Du Xiaofu chuckled as he stood up and walked towards her. After Ouyang Shuang entered the room, the door was once again closed by Du Xiaofu. "Why are you closing the door in the middle of the day?" Seeing Du Xiaofu's actions, Ouyang couldn't help but roll her eyes at Du Xiaofu, and said coquettishly, "So what if it's daytime? I'm whispering to my wife behind closed doors. Who cares?" The corner of Du Xiaofu's mouth suddenly curled up into a faint smirk, his eyebrows raised as he spoke confidently. "Who's your wife?" Ouyang Shuang frowned and retorted at Du Xiaofu. Then, she ignored his words and said, "The commotion just now must have been caused by you again, right? You're starting to show off after growing a bit, aren't you? When can you restrain yourself a little?" The current Ouyang Shuang was also at the peak of the sage stage. Perhaps she only needed a little bit of opportunity to step into the half-step Heavenly Saint stage, or even the Heavenly Saint stage. In this entire realm, he was considered one of the top experts. For this shrewd woman, she only needed to think for a moment to know that the strange scene of wind and rain outside was definitely caused by Du Xiaofu. "What's the big deal about that little trick? Your husband still has more skills that I can't wait to show off. I just need your cooperation. I wonder if my wife is willing to satisfy me?" The smile on Du Xiaofu's face grew even wider as he walked towards Ouyang Shuang step by step. That face directly moved closer to Ouyang Shuang. "Get away from me." How could Ouyang Shuang not know what this guy was planning? She immediately exploded and pushed Du Xiaofu's chest, as if she wanted to chase him away. However, the slender hand that was pushing towards Du Xiaofu was grabbed by the other party. "I'm your husband. As a wife, you have to listen to your husband." Du Xiaofu grabbed Ouyang Shuang's jade-like hand and smiled mischievously. With a light pull of her arm, she pulled that delicate and soft body into her embrace. Following that, a pair of demonic claws started to rub at a certain place behind him that was perky. The wet and soft feeling that came from his fingertips caused Du Xiaofu's blood to immediately boil. Ouyang Shuang's cheeks instantly turned red, all the way to her jade neck. "Where are you putting your hands?" Ouyang Shuang gritted her teeth, stretched out her 10 fingers, and grabbed Du Xiaofu's arms and fiercely twisted them. Ailwo, Du Xiaofu let out a miserable howl that sounded like a pig being slaughtered, piercing through the clouds. "It hurts! Tomboy, let go!" Du Xiaofu cried out in pain, and his face was about to contort. Even though he had the immortal profound body and was difficult to injure, falling into the hands of this tomboy still caused him to feel incomparable pain. "Who told you not to be honest?" Not only did Ouyang Shuang not let go, she even increased her strength and fiercely pinched him in a circle. The pain caused Du Xiaofu's face to twitch, and his eyes were about to shine with stars. "Tomboy, let go of me, or else I'll make sure you suffer the consequences today." Du Xiaofu shouted loudly, but he did not have the slightest intention of begging for mercy. "Heh, it seems like you've grown up, you dare to yell at me. I want to see how you're going to make me suffer the consequences." Ouyang Shuang smiled slyly. She was not angry at Du Xiaofu's words. On the contrary, she gently raised her face and looked at Du Xiaofu with her bright and gentle eyes. She blinked twice and smiled sweetly. My dear husband, I really want to see how you're going to make me suffer the consequences. Don't disappoint me. Ouyang Shuang's delicate face pressed into Du Xiaofu's face. Her red lips were just inches away, and her jade-like nose was almost touching Du Xiaofu's face. She looked incomparably delicate and beautiful. However, in her almond eyes, there was a murderous glint. Du Xiaofu's eyes changed several times. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he did not say it. In this world, the only person who could make his heart tremble the most was this woman in front of him. This tomboy did not hold back at all when she made her move. Every move she made would cause people to doubt their life. Chapter 2692. My dear husband, why don't you tell me what it means to be unable to bear the consequences? Seeing that Du Xiaofu did not answer, Ouyang Shuang asked again in a gentle voice. That gentle tone, coupled with that jade-like face and red lips, exuded a different kind of charm. If it were any other time, this scene would probably cause Du Xiaofu's blood to boil. However, he was currently enduring a heart-wrenching pain, so how could he care about this? Are you going to let go or not? Sensing that the other party did not seem to have any intention of stopping, Du Xiaofu's eyes also became fierce. He pretended to be very angry and glared at Ouyang Shuang, wanting to use this method to threaten her. However, it was obvious that this method might work elsewhere, but it was used in the wrong place to deal with this tomboy. Hee, you still dare to threaten me? Ouyang Shuang giggled. Her large eyes narrowed into the shape of a crescent moon. Rays of light shot out from within, having the effect of seducing souls. Through those tender and beautiful red lips, one could see a small section of the tip of her tongue pressing against her pearly white teeth. However, with a smile on her face, she lifted one of her legs abruptly. With great strength, she directly attacked between Du Xiaofu's legs. However, at the critical moment, that slender and straight thigh was instantly clamped by Du Xiaofu's knees. You're revolting. After resting for a few days without training, you've forgotten how you should treat your husband, haven't you? Du Xiaofu endured the pain from his arms, and his face became ferocious. Immediately after, his pair of demonic claws pressed down on that erect buttocks again, and he began to knead with all his might. Ah, let go of your perverted hands! Ouyang Shuang suddenly suffered a surprise attack, and could not help but scream. However, very quickly she calmed down, and the strength on her slender fingers increased by a few degrees. Ouch! As Du Xiaofu cried out in pain, his hands climbed onto Ouyang Shuang's slender waist, and her soft body was tightly pressed against his body. However, despite his actions, the tomboy's expression did not change, and she continued to stare at him with her large eyes. You're revolting, you're revolting! Du Xiaofu raised his arms and directly brought Ouyang Shuang's body off the ground. Then, he turned his waist, and brought her to the bed behind him. That soft, hot body, Ouyang Shuang, at the same time Du Xiaofu's, Xiaofu's. Let go of me! At this time, Ouyang Shuang finally panicked and cried out in alarm. This time, she was to she matter she. Du Xiaofu's strength was far above hers. Even if Ouyang Shuang wanted to struggle and break free, she could not escape from that pair of demonic claws and the thighs that were tightly wrapped around her. She knew in her heart that if Du Xiaofu was willing to circulate his energy to resist, no matter how hard she pinched, she would not be able to make him feel any pain. And all of this was because Du Xiaofu had always been giving in to her. Now that she was being pressed down by him, Ouyang Shuang knew that she might have gone overboard, and it had completely aroused some of the ferocity in Du Xiaofu's heart. Let's see where you can run to. Du Xiaofu laughed strangely, and with a slight circulation of energy in his body, the pain in his arm instantly disappeared. Looking at the beautiful face in front of him, his eyes were about to spit fire. Be a good wife and serve your husband seriously. That's the right thing to do. Du Xiaofu did not even think about it. Du Xiaofu's head directly leaned down and suddenly pressed against those two soft lips. Let go. Ugh! Yang Shuang saw Du Xiaofu's inflated eyes, and how could she not know what he wanted to do? She immediately shouted. But before she could finish her sentence, her lips were blocked, and muffled sounds came from her throat. Her delicate body trembled fiercely, and her jade-like face once again became flushed, bright, and alluring. Xiaofu, don't make me worry again in the future. Suddenly, Yang Shuang, who was in the midst of an intense kiss, said in a muffled voice. 2 drops of sparkling tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. These words caused Du Xiaofu to involuntarily tremble. He gently opened his eyes and looked at the jade-like face beneath him. An inexplicable emotion surfaced in his heart. Why are you crying all of a sudden? Du Xiaofu reached out his hand and wiped away the tears at the corner of Yang Shuang's eyes as he asked gently. Xiaofu, promise me that you will be fine. Don't take any more risks. Yang Shuang cried as she hugged Du Xiaofu's neck. It was as if she was afraid that the moment she let go, the man on top of her would immediately disappear. Du Xiaofu was at a loss for words. How could he not understand Yang Shuang's current feelings? All these years, he had wandered between life and death many times, and he had even truly died 3 times. And every time, how much heartache did the woman beneath him have to endure? If he was just an ordinary person, perhaps it wouldn't be bad to live a peaceful life. But he knew that he couldn't stop. Everything he had now, he had to use his strength to protect it. Even if it was said that he controlled the heavenly Tao of this world, there would always be a feeling that told him that someone who could pose a threat to him definitely existed. Although Du Xiaofu didn't know if that kind of existence had anything to do with him, perhaps hiding in this world and not leaving his house would be able to avoid any possible dangers. However, he would definitely not sit still and wait for death. He would just quietly hide here and hope that fate would take care of him so that those existences wouldn't find him. Therefore, even though he wanted to agree to Yang Shuang's request, he couldn't lie to her in his heart. He had to go to the 33 heavens, to explore a wider world, and to increase his strength. There, no one knew what he would face. However, only by going through 1,000 dangers could one break through the 10,000 disasters. Without experiencing bone-piercing pain, how could he break out of his cocoon and transform into a colorful butterfly? Only by standing at the absolute peak and obtaining the strongest power could one possess all the beauty, just like the jade person beneath him. I promise you in the future, I will definitely cherish my life and try my best not to take risks. Yang Shuang's low sobs beside his ear caused Du Xiaofu's heart to be in a mess, and he had no choice but to make such a promise. He patted the woman's back and said with a smile, "In the future, no matter where I go, I will bring you along and always be under your supervision. If you ask me to go up the mountain to kill a tiger, I will never go down the sea to catch a turtle. If you ask me to summon clouds and rain, I will never chase after the stars and the moon." It was rare for Du Xiaofu to make a little joke. It was a little lame, but it didn't have the effect he had imagined. Yang Shuang was still sobbing, and her tears soaked the clothes on Du Xiaofu's shoulders. "Don't cry. If you cry again, you'll be ugly to death." Du Xiaofu pulled her delicate body, kissed her face, and said, "I don't dare to completely guarantee anything. Everything I pursue is not for my own strength, but just to protect everything I have. Father, mother, sister, Xiao Huang, Xiao Ba, Xiao Lin, Yi Lao, brother Qing Chun, the Du family and you, all the close relatives." This time, Du Xiaofu's words were blocked by Yang Shuang's soft lips before he could finish. The two of them once again fell into an intense entanglement, desperately seeking that sweet and fragrant taste. Gradually, the atmosphere in the room began to heat up, and the two of them began to breathe heavily. Swish! Du Xiaofu's mind moved, triggering an invisible force that wrapped the entire room, making it impossible for the outside world to spy on everything that was happening here. Under him, Yang Shuang exerted strength in her waist and flipped over, riding on Du Xiaofu's body instead. She stretched out her lotus-like arms, and with a gentle tug, her light clothes slipped off and floated off the bed, revealing an incomparably alluring and exquisite body. Every arc seemed to be the most outstanding work of the heavens, explaining the beauty. Then, under her movements, Du Xiaofu's purple robe was completely removed, and his robust and powerful skin was exposed. Somewhere, an object was already ready to attack, and his fighting spirit was high, as if he wanted to soar into the sky. Yang Shuang did not hesitate and sat down directly. At the moment when they intertwined, the two of them unconsciously let out a soft moan, as if they had climbed up the clouds, and their bodies and minds were happy. There are some things that are the responsibility of a man, it's better for me to do. Du Xiaofu's words had a double meaning, and he said to Yang Shuang with a smile. Then, he also twisted his body, and once again pressed that enchanting body under him. A series of movements unfolded, and their breathing gradually became heavier, and their emotions soared. At the place where the clear spring gurgled, there were fierce warriors holding spears and fighting. The two people in the room had both entered the most mysterious state in the world. And after Du Xiaofu's continuous conquest, after an hour, under the frenzied plundering of each other, the two of them finally reached the peak at the same time, and took everything of the other party for themselves. In the next 2 months, Du Xiaofu had been accompanying his family, and occasionally went to find Mu Jianchen, Bailey Wia Jialo Juiyu, and other experts of the same generation to talk about old times. He would often go to the golden-winged Great Pung clan, the ancient heaven sect, the Seven-Star Hall, and other forces to guide the cultivation of some juniors, like an ordinary elder, and patiently teach some things. For Du Xiaofu, he was already standing at the top of this world. The prosperity of the 3 continents, Kyushu, from another perspective, was also within his own sphere of influence. When they went to the 33 heavens, they would definitely stand on the same side. At the same time, many good seedlings had appeared in the Du family, and Du Xiaofu naturally could not avoid teaching them. After the tomb of Heavenly Tao opened, the suppression of this world had been greatly released, and as Du Xiaofu gained control of the Heavenly Tao, the binding power of the invisible laws had been further relaxed. According to his estimates, even if they did not go to the 33 heavens and just stayed in this world to cultivate, it would not be long before someone could also surpass the Sky Saint realm. Du Xiaofu had long expected this, and he was looking forward to the future development. He hoped that after he went to the outside world, as his cultivation continued to increase, he would be able to undo more of the suppression of the laws. Perhaps there would be a day when this world could become an existence on the same level as the 33 heavens. If that day really came, those people who could laugh at the world in this world would definitely become the top powerhouses of all worlds, and they would be respected everywhere. The desolate country suppresses the world, and the world returns to its heart. I'm afraid that the situation in this world has already been decided after the great calamity. Someone said such a sentence with an extremely emotional tone. These words were not false. Du Xiaofu had gained control of the Heavenly Tao, so the desolate kingdom naturally stood at the peak. The entire world followed the Rock Emperor's lead, and this pillar would not be shaken no matter what. Moreover, due to the existence of the even more powerful 33 heavens in the outside world, many factions treated the other people in this world as their own. If they encountered any trouble in the outside world, they would definitely work together against a common enemy. As such, there would not be too much friction between the various factions, and it would be very difficult for the factions to make any big changes. If the younger generation lacks tempering, it's not a good thing for them to cultivate. In the future, it's best to continue as before. Cultivators above the saint realm should not appear unless it's a matter of life and death. As for the younger generation, let them cause as much trouble as they want. The 33 heavens is our battlefield. There were also people who were worried, which was why they said such words. Cultivators at the peak of the Saint Realm could go to the 33 heavens to temper themselves. With such a temptation, many Saint Realm cultivators could peacefully cultivate in seclusion, and they would not jump out just because of some small quarrels among the younger generation. Thus, they would have the opportunity to go to the outside world to increase their knowledge. It was with such thoughts that all the factions in this world tacitly reached an agreement. In the future, all Saint Realm experts would not come out unless their family or sect was in danger of being destroyed. This was to provide more freedom for the younger generation. Recently, in the 3 continents, Kyushu, many Saint Realm experts at the peak of the Saint Realm were rubbing their fists and rubbing their palms. They were extremely eager. Many people were making preparations and arranging some matters in their families, hoping that when the time came, they would be able to go to the 33 heavens with the Rock Emperor. Time flowed silently. Soon, a special day arrived, an entire year after the end of the Great Calamity. Under the call of the desolate country, all the factions in the 3 continents, Kyushu, large and small, held a ceremony on this day to pay respects to the heroic souls who had sacrificed their lives in the Great Calamity and to remember them. Every person who died in battle is a meritorious official of this world. It doesn't matter if they were good or evil or righteous, strong or weak. As long as they fought to the death against the devil religion and bathed in blood, they are heroes. Their names should be recorded in the records for future generations to pay respects to. An expert said. He had great respect for the heroic spirits who had died in battle. Under the leadership of Yi Wuming, monuments were erected in many places in the 3 continents, Kyushu. They were like towering mountains. The places where the monuments were erected were the battlefields where the devil religion had fought. The names of the living beings who had sacrificed their lives were engraved on the monuments with blood-red ink. Every stele had an unparalleled talisman formation laid down by an expert, protecting it tightly within. They hoped that even if countless years passed, all the descendants of this world would not forget the devastation of the devil religion's great calamity. They hoped that this would encourage them to cultivate diligently. This was because there were even more powerful existences in the outside world that might threaten the survival of this world. Xiaofu, we should also prepare to go to the 33 heavens. In the desolate country's imperial palace, Du Tingxian and Du Xiaofu stood side by side in a wide plaza. Father, I've thought about this matter for a long time and just made a decision. I was just about to tell you about it. Du Xiaofu turned around and said to Du Tingxian, if you have any ideas, just say them. I think everyone will support you. Du Tingxian said with a smile. Actually, our world is still very weak. We definitely can't face the experts of the 33 heavens head-on. If most of the experts leave together, then the main families of legalism, the school of famous scholars, and the school of vertical and horizontal will send experts over. For everyone, we will face great danger. Du Xiaofu paused for a moment and then continued, especially for the desolate country. If all of us above the sage perfection stage leave, I'm afraid that they will take advantage of the situation. Even if this world is suppressed by the power of heaven and earth, the desolate country will be in danger if there are no top experts overseeing it. After I go to the 33 heavens, I won't be able to take care of this place. Therefore, I hope that most of you can stay here for the time being. When I have a clear understanding of the situation outside, I will gradually bring people over. Haha. So that's what you think too. Du Tingxian chuckled as if he had known that Du Xiaofu would make such a decision. In fact, his worries were very reasonable. Many people could have thought of such a simple thing. But now, everyone was bursting with joy and wanted to go out and adventure. It was really not good to dampen their enthusiasm. No matter who stayed, it would be unfair. Therefore, Du Xiaofu was in a difficult position. So I thought about it again and finally decided that it would be better to only bring a few people and leave directly. Otherwise, I'm afraid that many people will make a fuss. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. This was also a method that couldn't be used. First, he would bring a few people to the outside world. If the situation allowed, then he would let the others go step by step. This was the most feasible method. I know what you mean. You want to sneak away quietly and not make a fuss about it? Du Tingxian laughed and nodded. Don't worry, your father will support you as always. Chapter 2693. No one knows a son better than a father. Du Xiaofu said with a blushing smile. Du Tingxian knew him too well. As soon as he said some of his thoughts, Du Tingxian saw through his plans. And Du Xiaofu's plan was exactly as Du Tingxian said. No matter who we take with us, it's not fair to the others. Instead of making people unhappy, it's better for the few of us to sneak away. This way, no matter who it is, they won't have anything to say. Du Xiaofu said. Haha, Du Tingxian couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Du Xiaofu strangely and said, I think that if you really do that, some old guys will jump up and down when they know. Du Xiaofu's expression didn't change. Clearly, he had expected this situation from his father. For example, his grandfather Jialo Batian, his senior apprentice brother and father-in-law Sima Taxing, his master Gu Qingyang and the other experts of the older generation, if they knew that Du Xiaofu had abandoned everyone and ran to the 33 heavens, their expressions would definitely be quite interesting. Du Xiaofu and Du Tingxian talked about some things again, then left the huge square in the palace. Time flew by. Unknowingly, 2 months had passed. On this day, in the palace of the desolate country, Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaojing, Du Xiaoyao, Little Xingxing, Han Aodong, Han Ji, Yi Wuming, Murong Yuro, Sima Muhan, Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaolin and many other experts gathered. Everyone gathered around Du Xiaofu, looking deeply at the purple-robed youth in front of them. Many people's eyes were filled with reluctance. Xiaofu, after going to the 33 heavens, you must be careful. Sima Muhan stepped forward and gave Du Xiaofu a hug. Don't worry. When your husband has conquered the world in the outside world, he will bring you over to live a good life. Du Xiaofu teased. At the same time, he reached out and hugged Qi Yeshi, Su Muxin, and Yi Zijin. What are you talking about? Sima Muhan rolled her eyes at him, but she did not show any dissatisfaction. It's time for us to go. Du Xiaofu turned around to look at the people around him. He also had a strong sense of attachment. Grandpa, Grandma, aunts, mothers, I will miss all of you. The little Qilin waved its front hoof and waved goodbye to Du Tingxian, Han Aodong, Zi Xian, Su Xian, and the others. We will definitely become very powerful as soon as possible. When the time comes, we will bring everyone to the 33 heavens. Beside Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoba's face was extremely serious. Although he was young, he contained a domineering charm that did not match his age. Open. Du Xiaofu didn't waste any more time. He softly spat out a single word. It didn't sound too loud, nor was it accompanied by any terrifying ripples of energy. However, the void above the 9 heavens suddenly split open soundlessly the moment this word was spoken. A huge spatial crack stretched across the clouds. From within it, an aura that was completely different from this world rushed out. Everyone knew that this was an aura from the outside world. As long as they crossed this spatial crack, they would be able to enter the 33 heavens. And in that place, there would be an even more vast and brand new world. Let's go. Ouyang Shuang picked up Du Xiaolin and flew into the air. Together with Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaowang, and Du Xiaoyao, they flew towards the 9 heavens. Then, under everyone's gazes, the group of 7 directly entered. As the huge spatial crack slowly closed, the figures of the few people finally disappeared. The sky above returned to its original appearance, as if nothing had happened. Let's go. Beside Du Tingxian, Elder Lei said in a daze, as if he was reminiscing about something. Really, they actually let me stay. How can I be happy about this? Zhen Qingchuan's face was filled with unhappiness. Her face, which carried a strange charm, was filled with deep melancholy and annoyance. With Zhen Qingchuan's flamboyant personality, when he stirred up trouble, he was not the least bit inferior to Du Xiaoyao and Du Xiaofu, these two fellows. It was really a little difficult for him to stay in this world. Actually, everyone wants to go. When we heard Senior Fu and the others talk about the 33 heavens, everyone was prepared to go to the outside world. But at that time, we were just hot-blooded and didn't consider too many things at all. In fact, if all the experts in this world were to go, then this world would become an empty shell. If there are powerful enemies from the outside world who come down with ulterior motives, it would not be a joke. Old Monster Green Fox said so. Everyone understood this in their hearts. Therefore, when Du Xiaofu made the final decision, although everyone was extremely reluctant, no one raised any objections. That kid directly slipped away, but he left a big mess for us to clean up. Zhen Qingchun said, looking more and more angry. Yes, we still have to appease everyone and persuade them to stay in this world. Otherwise, with those people's cultivation, they might directly break through the void and go to the outside world like Xiaofu. Du Tingxian also said, also feeling a little troubled. Du Xiaofu did not tell anyone outside the desolate country about his departure this time. Even Sima Muhan, Su Muxin, Qi Yeshi, Zixian, and the others just found out. Although Du Xiaofu did not cause much of a commotion when he just left, the experts of the other forces were not to be trifled with. This matter could not be hidden for long and would soon be known by many experts. As for those powerhouses, they had already stretched out their necks and eagerly waiting to go with Du Xiaofu to the 33 heavens. If those people knew that Du Xiaofu had sneaked away, they would definitely be depressed. Sure enough, just as Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchun, and the others were talking, they felt a slight fluctuation in the void in the distance. It came from very far away, and was rapidly approaching the desolate country. How could someone come so quickly? Zhen Qingchuan's expression suddenly froze, and he said in disbelief. Logically speaking, Du Xiaofu and the others had just left, so it was impossible for them to be noticed so quickly. Of course, except for Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchun, Du Shaoli, and a few other experts who were half a step to the heavenly saint realm, no one else had noticed such a fluctuation. From this, it could be seen that the strength of the person who came was definitely extraordinary. Swoosh, not long after, a burst of golden light appeared in the void, and several figures walked out from it. They quickly descended and landed beside Du Tingxian, Zhen Qingchun, and the others. Jueyu has long been a half-step to the heavenly saint realm. Nothing can escape his prying eyes. Du Tingxian smiled bitterly in his heart, then braced himself and went up to greet them, bowing to Jialo Batian and Jialo Maluo. Although the golden-winged great rocks had come too quickly, so fast that it was a little strange, he did not think much of it. This was because something that shocked Du Tingxian even more happened in the next moment. After Jialo Batian's gaze swept across everyone present, he directly grabbed Du Tingxian and said, "Where's my grandson? And where are my great-grandson and 2 great-granddaughters?" It was obvious that he had learned something. The others, such as Jialo Jueyu, Jialo Maluo, and the others, also looked at everyone present with strange expressions, trying to find answers from their faces. I still have matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first." Before Du Tingxian could reply, Zhen Qingchun had vanished with a swish, leaving in a flash. He did not want to stay here any longer. It would be rather troublesome to explain this matter. Needless to say, apart from the golden-winged great rocks, the experts of the other organizations would probably arrive in the desolate kingdom very soon as well. By then, there would definitely be many long faces. This, Du Tingxian smiled bitterly once again. He could not help but purse his lips, preparing to explain to the various experts of the golden-winged great rocks. However, the strange thing was that before he could finish his sentence, The power of his primordial spirit moved again in the blink of an eye. Another wave of spatial ripples flew over from afar. These people were much slower than Jialo Jueyu and the others. Du Tingxian discovered their identities with a little probing. They were Gu Qingyang, Sima Taxing, and the others from the ancient heaven sect. Moreover, ripples of energy came from a few other places as well. Du Tingxian sensed them. Clearly, a large number of experts were gathering in the desolate kingdom. This caused Du Tingxuan's forehead to drip with sweat. Why did these people rush over as if they had made an appointment beforehand? All of this was just too strange. Du Xiaofu's group of 7 shattered space and entered the vast streams of chaotic space. Vast amounts of spatial energy flew past them, but it did not affect them in the slightest. However, this time they were going to the 33 heavens. They were extremely far away from each other, unlike their original world. With their strength, it would not take them too long to travel through an entire world. This trip was bound to be an extremely long one. Father, you're too bad. In the spatial passage, little Xingxing glanced at Du Xiaofu and looked at Du Xiaofu with disdain. Little Xingxing's age and cultivation continued to increase. Although she only looked to be 13 or 14 years old, she had already begun to show signs of being slender and elegant. The childishness on her body gradually faded, and she grew into a sickly person. One could imagine that in a few years, she would become a person who would bring disaster to the country and its people. How can you talk to your father like that? Du Xiaofu slapped little Xingxing's head and glared at her. I've never seen a father like you. You hit me even when I told the truth. Little Xingxing pouted her lips and cast a death stare at Du Xiaofu as she spoke with dissatisfaction. It's precisely because you're not telling the truth that I'm hitting you. Du Xiaofu quibbled. His face did not turn red, his heart did not skip a beat, and his expression did not change. Father, I feel that big sister Xingxing is right. At this moment, the little Qilin in Ouyang Shuang's bosom suddenly added. Its large bright eyes looked straight at Du Xiaofu with the purest and most serious luster in the world as it said, Before we left, you even went out of your way to greet great-grandfather, great-master, and the others. If great-grandfather finds out about this, he'll definitely hit you. Hearing Du Xiaolin's words, Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaowang could not help but nod their heads in agreement. Just as Du Xiaolin had said, a few minutes before they had left, Du Xiaofu had used the invisible power of laws he had grasped to greet some of his old friends from the golden-winged Peng clan, the ancient heaven sect, the Tianwu Academy, the Phoenix clan, the Saman sword sect, and various other powers, stating that he would immediately leave for the outside world. However, the others did not say anything. It was easy to imagine how shocked those people would be when they heard the news. After the initial shock, they would definitely head towards the desolate country and ask Du Tingxian, Zhen Qinchun, Yi Piaoling, and the others about the situation. The experts of these great powers had been waiting for the stars and the moon to make a trip to the 33 heavens. As for Du Tingxian, Zhen Qinchun, Yi Wuming, and the others who stayed behind to guard the desolate country, they would definitely be interrogated. This matter can't be hidden forever. What's the difference between letting them know a bit earlier or a bit later? Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Moreover, I have received so many favors from everyone over the years. If I don't even say goodbye before leaving, then that would be too unreasonable. I find that your skin is getting thicker and thicker. Looking at Du Xiaofu's shameless appearance, even Ouyang Shuang couldn't help but roll her eyes and speak in disdain. Du Xiaofu didn't need to worry about how those experts were causing trouble in the desolate country, but he didn't feel the slightest bit guilty about it. Instead, he felt a bit smug. No matter how one looked at it, it was as if he needed to be taught a lesson. Yes. Beside Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoba let out a soft sound from his throat, but his little head was nodding non-stop. He didn't look at Du Xiaofu and only expressed his approval. Xiaoba, what are you nodding for? Do I want to hit you? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and threatened Du Xiaoba. Why don't you try? Ouyang Shuang was unhappy. She placed one hand on her slender waist and stared straight at Du Xiaofu, raising her chin to look at him. I don't dare. Du Xiaofu blushed and unconsciously broke out in a few drops of cold sweat. With this tomboy protecting him, it seemed that the little fellows around him really couldn't suppress him. Are you laughing at your sister? Suddenly, Du Xiaofu turned around and roared at Du Xiaoyao. Du Xiaoyao was stunned for a moment, and then, he also burst out with a loud roar. Fuck! What does it have to do with me? He was originally in a daze, looking forward to the exciting life in the 33 days, but he was stunned by Du Xiaofu's roar. He didn't know what he had done wrong. Haha, Du Xiaoyao's reaction caused Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolin, Little Xingxing, and Du Xiaowang to immediately laugh out loud. The 7 of them laughed and played around as they quickly flew through the spatial passageway. In an instant they had traveled tens of thousands of kilometers. Slowly, as they traveled further and further away, the dense and different aura assaulted their faces, causing them to unconsciously become serious. The atmosphere in the other world was getting thicker and thicker, which meant that they were getting further and further away from their original world. What they had to face next might be countless opportunities, but at the same time, there were also endless challenges. Du Xiaofu had no choice but to become serious. After leaving their original world, the heavenly Tao rules were no longer of any use. They could only rely on their own strength to sense all the subtle movements in their surroundings, afraid that something unexpected would happen. One had to know that in the 33 heavens, there were too many people stronger than him. He didn't dare to let his guard down in the slightest. This was because, at this moment, there were Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolin, Du Xiaowang, and Ouyang Shuang by his side. Other than himself and Little Xingxing, the rest of the people were all below the Sky Saint realm. Du Xiaofu originally only wanted to bring along Du Xiaoyao and Little Xingxing, but in the midst of his confusion, he had unexpectedly promised Ouyang Shuang that no matter where he went, he would bring her along. After that, Du Xiaofu regretted it, but there was no way to change the words he had said. Otherwise, that tomboy would definitely not let him have a good time. Du Xiaolin, on the other hand, had coaxed and pestered Ouyang Shuang for a while, wanting to follow her no matter what. In this way, if he brought along the little Qilin but left Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaowang behind, the 2 little guys would die of grievance. After that, after the persuasion of Du Tingxian and the others, Du Xiaofu also changed his original intention. After all, although these little guys were young, their strength was one of the best. With their aptitude, if they were to gain more experience, their growth would be even faster. This was a good thing for them and all the people of the Du family in the desolate country. In the end, Du Xiaofu thought about it and agreed that it was indeed reasonable, so he agreed. Zhen Qingchun, on the other hand, was feeling depressed. To him, staying in the desolate country was something he was extremely unwilling to do. In addition, Sima Muhan, Qi Yeshi, and the other girls were also extremely unhappy. However, Du Xiaofu was determined and would not relent even if he was beaten to death. He would never bring another person with him. For Zhen Qingchun, the desolate country needed someone to guard it when 7 experts left at once. No matter how unwilling he was, he had to accept his fate. As for Sima Muhan and Qi Yeshi, Du Xiaofu told them that the suppression of this world had long disappeared, and experts from the outside world could easily come in. At that time, the school of Moism, the school of Yin-Yang, and the other forces would definitely send even more powerful cultivators to take away some of the young experts with outstanding talent from their respective clans. They would also leave behind a portion of their experts to replace the peak forces of this world and guard Du Xiaofu and the others, preventing outside experts from descending with ulterior motives and causing irreversible consequences. It was because of the joint promise of these families that Du Xiaofu could truly leave with peace of mind and pursue a higher and more vast world. Chapter 2694 Du Xiaofu's group of 7 hurried through the spatial passage with all their might. They didn't know how much distance they had traveled in this state. However, based on the estimation of time, it had been about 5 days since they left. However, they didn't know how long it would take to reach a certain day in the 33 heavens. Before Fu Yibai, the Skywood Divine Tree Ancestor, and the others left, they had said that their respective worlds were called the Scarlet Yang Bright Clear Sky and the White Extreme Jade Complete Sky. But strangely, no one had told the people of the desolate country how to go to these 2 worlds. We'll find a random world to settle down in first, then we'll see how it goes. Du Xiaofu could only make such a plan. He was confident that since they had come to the 33 heavens, there would definitely be a chance to meet them. Dad, ever since we came out, I feel that the suppression on my body has almost disappeared. My entire body feels incomparably comfortable. If this continues, I feel that it won't be long before I can break through to the true Sky Sage realm. Du Xiaowang said in a crisp voice. It wasn't just her. Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolin, and Du Xiaoyao all had the same feeling. Half-step Sky Sage Realm and Sky Sage Realm were only half a step apart. After a year of stabilizing, their cultivations had already stabilized. Now that they had left the place where the power of heaven and earth suppressed them, they naturally felt that they were about to break through. It's good to break through early, but there are many questions about cultivation that we still need to slowly understand. Du Xiaofu held Du Xiaowang in his arms and said with a nod. Du Xiaofu didn't know much about the 9 great realms in the 33 heavens. Other than knowing the names of the 9 realms, he didn't know anything else. He could only slowly ask others about this. At this moment, he was a little worried. After all, after coming to the 33 heavens, their strength really wasn't enough. If they encountered experts from legalism, school of famous scholars, or school of vertical and horizontal rule too early, it definitely wouldn't be a good thing. No one knew exactly how profound the cultivation base of the top experts of those clans were. But what was certain was that he was definitely much stronger than Du Xiaofu and the others. Although Qin Yuanshang, Gongsun Quan, Su Qixing, and the others were directly thrown out of their own world by Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolin, and Du Xiaowang. But if they met in the outside world, they would have no advantage at all. Those people were real seizing gods. What is the realm of the strongest person of the 3 great clans? Truth-severing? Undying? Or was it sitting in forgetfulness? Or even carry the Tao? Du Xiaofu sometimes had such thoughts, but in the end, he shook his head. According to the Skywood Divine Tree's ancestor, Tao carrier experts were legendary existences in the 33 heavens. Practically no one had ever seen them. Therefore, even if there were experts in the school of legalism, school of famers, and school of vertical and horizontal, they would definitely not easily make a move against him. Moreover, Du Xiaofu deeply felt that it was unlikely for them to have such terrifying experts. In addition, meditative realm experts rarely appeared in the world due to some special reasons, so the threat they brought wouldn't be too great. What he really needed to pay attention to were truth-severing and undying realm experts. Of course, this was for Du Xiaofu himself. If he counted the others around him, even if he encountered a group of seizing gods, he would face great trouble. And if several truth-severing realm experts came, only the heavens knew what kind of realm that was. Du Xiaofu somewhat didn't dare to think about it, and could only sigh in his heart. There is always a sky beyond a sky, and a person beyond a person. The path of the strong is endless. The 7 of them quickly advanced in the spatial passage, and another 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was also on this day that an abnormal situation suddenly occurred. Rumble, the spatial passage they were in suddenly began to shake violently, emitting a huge sound. The surrounding space was constantly distorting and deforming, like a small boat in a storm, facing the fate of being torn to pieces at any time. What's going on? Ouyang Shuang's beautiful face turned pale. Her delicate body kept shaking, and she was about to fall. Among the 7 of them, her strength was relatively weak. However, she was a Sage Realm expert after all. In the 33 heavens, she was at the peak of the returning Void Realm. She really shouldn't be in such a sorry state. I'm afraid we've been attacked. Du Xiaoyao's eyes were suffused with a blazing golden light, and his handsome face was terrifyingly gloomy. We've only been in the outside world for a few days and haven't made any enemies, but someone has attacked us for no reason. Du Xiaofu's face was also dark and his coldness soared. They didn't have many enemies in the 33 heavens. Needless to say, this encounter was either because they had encountered a robber halfway, or it was inseparable from legalism, the school of famous scholars, and the school of vertical and horizontal. And with the strength that surpassed the heavenly saint realm, the spatial passage constructed by him had such a huge vibration under the attack. It could be seen that the strength of the attacker was absolutely incomparably powerful. Dad, there are many people outside. None of them are easy to deal with. We can't fight recklessly. Little Xingxing's primordial spirit probed out and found that there were more than 10 experts outside the spatial passage. They were using methods and bombarding down constantly, trying to force them out. Such a situation made her expression extremely solemn. They're too strong. I'm afraid we can't escape, Du Xiaofu said solemnly. He already knew the situation outside. There were 11 people who were constantly attacking him, and each of them was incomparably powerful. In Du Xiaofu's perception, the lowest cultivation base of each of them was at the seizing god realm. There was even one expert among them whose specific realm even Du Xiaofu couldn't see through. Little Yao, let's go out and meet these people together. Little Xingxing, take Little Ba, Little Lin, Little Huang, and your mother Shuang. Find an opportunity to leave. Without thinking for too long, Du Xiaofu made such an arrangement to the 6 people around him. As he spoke, he began to move. The purple-robed figure swayed slightly and disappeared from where he was, leaving the spatial passage. Du Xiaoyao didn't delay and followed Du Xiaofu closely. Mother, I'm going to help my father. Du Xiaolin jumped out of Yangshuang's arms and wanted to go out to help Du Xiaofu, but he was stopped by Little Xingxing. Xiaolin, don't be reckless. Those people are too strong. Let's see the situation first. Little Xingxing comforted Du Xiaoba and Du Xiaowang, but his mind was always open, spying on the movements outside. After Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao rushed out of the spatial passage, they appeared in front of the 11 people outside. The place they were in was an endless stream of spatial turbulence. It was like multicolored ripples, exceptionally beautiful. Before they came out, the Skywood Divine Tree's ancestor had told Du Xiaoyao and the others that this world had the 33 heavens and countless small worlds. Between all the worlds there were spatial turbulences that formed a barrier between each world. Ordinary people couldn't cross them at all, and would only be killed by the endless spatial storms, turning into broken corpses. At the very least, one had to reach the sovereign realm to have the strength to break through the void and go to the outside world. With Du Xiaofu and Du Xiaoyao's cultivation, these spatial turbulences naturally couldn't harm them. Humph, finally out? After the 2 of them appeared, one of the 11 experts coldly snorted. Only 2 came out. The rest of you come out too. Among the 11 people, 3 were originally attacking the spatial passage. Seeing Du Xiaofu come out, they didn't stop attacking, causing the entire spatial passage to rumble and shake. Scram! Du Xiaofu let out a shout from his throat. He waved his hand and attacked the 3 of them. Swish! A huge bolt of lightning took shape. One end was held in Du Xiaofu's hand like a thick whip, releasing the most ferocious and domineering aura. It was incomparably terrifying. This was an attack condensed from Du Xiaofu's complete laws of lightning. It was domineering and ferocious. In the face of such an attack, the 3 men, who appeared to be in their 30s, turned around. Light shot out from each of their hands and faced the lightning pillar. Boom! A loud boom rang out and the 3 of them were instantly sent flying by Du Xiaofu's attack. They were like three meteors as they shot through the turbulent space. It was unknown just how far they were sent flying before they managed to stabilize themselves. However, although they were pushed back by Du Xiaofu's attack, the three of them did not suffer much damage. After stopping their retreat, they once again rushed over to Du Xiaofu's side. From this, it could be seen that their strength was at least in the seizing divinity stage. They were even stronger than Du Xiaoyao. Du Xiaofu didn't chase after them. He stood guard beside the spatial passage and looked at the 8 people on the other side. Legalism, school of thought, school of martial arts? Du Xiaofu frowned. His gaze swept over those people one by one. His tone was incomparably cold. From the means used by the 3 people just now, he could completely determine that these people were from the 3 great clans. You can actually see through our origins? Boy, who are you? Among the 8 people on the opposite side, an old man of about 60 years old slowly walked out. He looked straight at Du Xiaofu and said in a calm manner. This old man's hair and beard were all gray, but his face was very clean. His eyes were bright and full of spirit, like 2 deep black holes. The old man did not deny the identity of his group, which was equivalent to openly admitting it. Hearing this old man's words, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He looked at him in confusion and laughed. You want to kill me in this chaotic space, but you don't even know who I am? Du Xiaofu could tell at a glance that this old man was the strongest in this group. If even he couldn't see through him, then he must be the leader of this group. This old man doesn't care who you are, but I know that you were the first to come out of Shenwu world. That means you must be from the Huang country. I don't know the others, but the 2 little bastards in the spatial passage and the little Qilin are enough to prove that this old man's guess is correct. The old man said calmly and expressionlessly, to the people from the Huang country, we will kill every one we see. As he spoke, the expression on his face gradually tightened, revealing a strong murderous aura. Is that so? You dare to say something like that, but I wonder if you have the strength to back it up. Du Xiaofu's eyes were cold as he spoke. Looking at the old man who was getting closer and closer, his heart felt heavy. Perhaps he could deal with the others, but this old man's strength was unfathomable. He was most likely above him. If these people attacked together, Du Xiaowang and the tomboy would be in danger. Under these circumstances, he definitely wouldn't be able to bring everyone out safely. I know you're very strong and have reached the peak of the seizing God realm. You're probably only a step away from the severing truth realm, right? The people from the Huang country really do have many geniuses. As the old man spoke, the aura on his body rose. His vast aura continued to circulate, surging like waves. It was incomparably terrifying. He paused for a moment, then continued, Other than Du Xiaofu, who died without a burial place, I didn't expect the realm of divine martial arts to have another genius like you. Not to mention in a small world, even in the 33 heavens, you would be an absolute powerhouse. Unfortunately, you won't live past today. The old man's words made Du Xiaofu raise his eyebrows again. He looked at him in disbelief and said, It seems like you didn't find out the situation at all. Du Xiaofu finally understood that the people from the school of legalism, the school of famous scholars, and the school of vertical and horizontal did not know that he had been reborn and awakened. The people from the branches of the Confucian, Mahist, school of agriculture, school of Buddhism, and the rest of the 6 great families probably did not leak this information. If he were to reveal his identity at this time, would these people be shocked? However, at this moment, Du Xiaofu did not have such an interest. Facing 11 powerhouses, if he did not handle this well, it could lead to unacceptable consequences. At least for now, his group was not strong enough to fight against them. Escaping was the best plan. A small Huang country from the divine martial arts world dares to mess with us 3 great families. You deserve to die. But today will not be the last. No matter who walks out of that world in the future, they will not be able to escape death. Next to the old man, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s gritted his teeth and said. He seemed to have a deep hatred for everyone in the Huang country. Your group is useless. You came to the Huang country to show off, but you were thrown out of this world by a few naughty children. After that, you don't even dare to seek revenge. You only dare to guard the world's barrier. The faces of your 3 great clans have all been thrown away. Du Xiaoyao, who was by Du Xiaofu's side, chuckled as he spoke, and it carried an extremely mocking tone. You little piece of trash. Today you will die without a doubt. The old man's face immediately darkened. He could not wait to tear Du Xiaoyao into pieces. At the same time, the qi on his body rushed out and attacked little demon Du, instantly forcing him to retreat. The strength of the two was not on the same level. In just one exchange, Du Xiaoyao was at a huge disadvantage. He groaned and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Heh! Come and try me if you dare. See if I'm afraid of you. Du Xiaoyao did not want to lose face. He continued to shout loudly with a fierce look in his eyes. Little Yao, now is not the time to be stubborn. You should meet up with little Xingxing first. Leave when you have the chance. Du Xiaofu stopped him and transmitted his voice to Du Xiaoyao. Boss, what about you? Du Xiaoyao was worried and asked Du Xiaofu. Let's play it by ear. Du Xiaofu did not say much. At this time, the old man was not far away from them. Other than the 3 people who had been sent flying by him, the remaining 7 people were closing in and surrounding them. Leave the strongest kid to me. The rest of you, use all your strength to break open the space tunnel. Don't let anyone from the desolate country go. The old man's voice was gloomy as he gave the order. Okay. When the other 7 experts heard the order, they used their techniques at the same time and attacked the space tunnel at the side. Kid, give me your life. The old man stepped into the air. His arm moved through the air in a strange trajectory. A vast expanse of light surged out from his body, enveloping his entire body. As soon as his action fell, an extremely vast fluctuation spread out, causing the surrounding spatial turbulence to be forced back, forming a vacuum in the surroundings. Combine vertically and horizontally, heavens will grow. The old man let out a shout from his throat. His fingers twirled and streaks of bright light shot out, forming around Du Xiaofu. These streaks of light intertwined and formed a cage, enveloping both him and Du Xiaofu. So it's the old dog from the school of vertical and horizontal. A bunch of puppies were stripped naked and thrown home, and now the old dog is jumping out to bite people. As soon as the old man used his technique, Du Xiaofu recognized his origin. It was the technique of the school of vertical and horizontal. Although his words were full of mockery, Du Xiaofu did not dare to let his guard down. The old dog's strength was indeed terrifying. The streaks of light that were entangled outside the space brought him great pressure. Little bastard, you're courting death. The old man was furious when he heard that. He raised his hand and waved. The streaks of light outside the space suddenly contracted, releasing an unparalleled power that pressed down on Du Xiaofu. Even the demon god can't kill me. How dare an old dog like you say you want me dead? Du Xiaofu's eyes widened. He summoned the heavenly palace of purple and gold. Without thinking, he slashed down with a sword light that reached the heavens and the earth, emptiness of heaven and earth. The sword light was completely formed by the power of lightning. It released the most domineering aura in the world. Du Xiaofu's law of lightning had surpassed the heavenly saint realm. In addition, the emptiness of heaven and earth carried the power of space. With the two added together, the power was much stronger. When the sword light appeared, everything around it seemed to disappear. There was only a sword in the world. Chapter 2695. Shock appeared in the eyes of the elder from the house of Zongheng. However, it was not because of Du Xiaofu's massive sword ray. He caught Du Xiaofu's words. Not even the demon god can kill me. You're Du Xiaofu? The elder almost lost his voice as he asked in astonishment. He had heard about what happened in the divine martial world. Only the desolate country's rock emperor and demon king Du Xiaofu could fight against the demon god. But didn't that kid die a violent death? Why would he appear in front of him now? However, after thinking about it, it was not impossible. After all, he had some understanding of the desolate country's strength. Only Du Xiaofu could have such a cultivation level. It was no wonder that such a powerful young man had appeared all of a sudden. It just so happened to explain the doubts in his heart. The elder's thoughts only lasted for a moment before he saw the massive sword ray descending upon him. He had no choice but to use his methods to deal with it. Slash! Du Xiaofu raised the sword ray in his hand and let out a deep roar. The unparalleled sword ray descended upon the elder's head. Humph! The elder snorted and waved his hands. Layers of light enveloped his body, forming a protective shield that looked like a cocoon of light. When Du Xiaofu's sword finally descended upon him, all of the protective energy had been completely condensed. Boom! A terrifying tremor spread out. The protective shield around the elder's body instantly dimmed under such an attack and dissipated layer by layer. The massive sword ray also shattered, turning into energy fragments that filled the sky and shot out in spirals in the air. In the surroundings, the energy rays were also swaying non-stop, but they did not collapse and were very stable. Humph! Looks like you're Du Xiaofu for sure. I didn't expect you to still be alive. This is also good. We have been waiting outside the divine martial arts realm for several months, and we have been following you all the way here. Only then did we make our move, but we never expected to run into a little bastard like you. You might be strong, but you're still a puny seizing god. You won't be able to escape from me even if you have wings. The old man snorted coldly once again. Under the guidance of an invisible chi, the light cage outside rapidly shrunk, continuously compressing the limited space, causing a terrifying feeling of suffocation. However, this was not the last resort. In the process of the light cage shrinking, an endless amount of energy poured out like a surging river. Waves of energy fiercely slammed towards Du Xiaofu. Heavenly thunder punishment! Du Xiaofu roared. He could feel the endless pressure pressing down on him. Even his immortal Xian body began to fluctuate under the pressure of the space, as if it was about to collapse. Fortunately, Du Xiaoyao had already retreated. Otherwise, if he was trapped here with him, he would be in great danger. Before Du Xiaofu's shout could finish, a pillar of lightning that was even thicker than a mountain flashed out from the void. It fiercely shook the violent waves of energy, shattering them into pieces. A terrifying sound shook the sky and the earth, as if the end of the world had arrived. However, there were too many of those energy waves. Under the bombardment of Du Xiaofu's law of thunder and lightning, he could only shatter a small part of them. However, there were still more of those energy waves surging towards him. He did not dare to delay in the slightest. The law of thunder and lightning brazenly activated, blasting out a large amount of lightning, filling the entire space. I can't go on like this. I definitely can't win. It seems like I can only retreat first. Du Xiaofu thought to himself as he activated the law of thunder and lightning. As one of the overlords of the 33 heavens, the House of Vertical and Lightning naturally had extraordinary means. At the same time as the energy waves released, the intertwined energy rays on the periphery also seemed to interpret some of the Dharma and logos of heaven and earth. Under the display of the old man, these Dharma and logos of heaven and earth were mysteriously strung together for his own use. It was extremely terrifying. This was the true meaning of the House of Vertical and Lightning's combination. He could either break the light cage and prevent himself from being passive, or he could only temporarily retreat. Little bastard, you can die now. At this moment, the old man from the House of Vertical and Lightning stepped through the air again. He stretched out his hand, and a ray of light flew into his hand. Whoosh! The old man suddenly waved his arm, and the ray of light was like a divine whip, brazenly attacking Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu didn't even think about it. He quickly formed a curtain of lightning, intending to block it. However, such a seemingly weak ray of light instantly shattered the light curtain of lightning and struck Du Xiaofu's chest. Even though Du Xiaofu had already set up the blue spirit armor in the first place, the strange law of thunder contained in the ray of light instantly pierced through the blue spirit armor, leaving a long mark. It was only when it came into contact with Du Xiaofu's physical body that the ray of light slowly dissipated, leaving a bloody mark on his indestructible Xian body. Such terrifying strength! Du Xiaofu's eyelids twitched, and he was shocked by the old man's strength. Needless to say, this old man from the House of Vertical and Lightning should be much stronger than him. He truly had the cultivation of the true severing stage. You have mastered the complete law of thunder and lightning, but you are still only at the peak of the divine seizing stage. In front of this old man, how can you resist? The old man said in a sinister voice. He raised his hand again, and a series of rays of light were received by him. They were mixed together, and fiercely lashed out at Du Xiaofu. What each ray of light represented was a kind of law of thunder and lightning. Perhaps it was not complete, but with the support of the old man's cultivation, it was really easy to kill Du Xiaofu. I can't fight him head-on. Du Xiaofu's heart was heavy. The old man gave him the feeling that although he looked ordinary and his every movement was so relaxed and casual, and he was not in a hurry, the attack carried by the ray of light in his hand was even more terrifying than the demon gods. He knew that this was not because the old man's true strength was more powerful than the demon gods, but because in this turbulent space, there was no suppression force like in his own world, allowing the old man to use his strongest cultivation to his heart's content. And this was also the reason why they chose to attack him after he and the others had broken out of the realm. It could be said that after he left that world, which was the divine martial world that the old man mentioned, he no longer had the slightest advantage against these powerhouses. Retreat! Du Xiaofu made a prompt decision and directly used the first form of rising wind. He disappeared from the light cage and temporarily broke free from the old man's restraint. The moment after he escaped, he waved his hand and shot out a large amount of thunder and lightning light, repelling several powerhouses from the three great families. At this time, the space passage where little Xingxing, Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoba and the others had been bombarded to pieces. Everyone was separated from it and exposed in front of the 10 divine seizing stage powerhouses. Facing these people, only little Xingxing had the strength to fight, but the others were in great danger. Especially Ouyang Shuang, with her cultivation of the consummate saint realm, even the aftermath of the battle would bring fatal injuries to her. Let's go! Du Xiaofu did not delay at all. He directly wrapped Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaoba and the others, and used the law of space to travel through the void turbulence, quickly escaping into the distance. Under Du Xiaofu's continuous use of the first form of rising wind, they quickly rushed out of the endless distance. Most of the powerhouses from the legalism, school of famous scholars, and school of vertical and horizontal could not keep up with such speed. Only the old man from the school of vertical and horizontal kept chasing. Although every time he was about to intercept Du Xiaofu, he lost his target because of the strange space method, but relatively speaking, Du Xiaofu's strength was still too weak and could not really shake him off. Little bastards from the desolate country, you can't escape. Even if I have to go to the ends of the world, this old man will kill you one by one to wash away the shame of the school of vertical and horizontal. The old man's speed was unbelievably fast, and he once again approached the position of Du Xiaofu and the others. He roared, and his gray hair fluttered in the wind. He was like a peerless evil lord, and his aura was terrifying. After the great calamity of the divine martial realm passed, they sent people to the branch family in the lower realm, but they were humiliated by the little desolate country. Coincidentally, after those people were thrown out, they were not found by other people in the 33 heavens in the void turbulence. Instead, they were found by people from the School of Agriculture, the School of Moism, the School of Inyang, the School of Confucianism, and the School of Taoism at the same time. They also politely sent Su Qixing and the others to the School of Vertical and Horizontal. Of course, before that, the 5 great families could be said to have brazenly dragged the disciples of the School of Vertical and Horizontal who were restrained, as if they were dogs. They paraded through the streets of the entire Xianming Yihing Tian, and they spread the news everywhere. After they went to the School of Vertical and Horizontal, they squeezed out a smile and said to them, "We accidentally found them running naked in the void turbulence, but we saw that these people were restrained by a strange method. We couldn't break it at all, so we could only go around the entire Xianming Yihing Tian to seek help. However, no one could break this mysterious restriction, so we could only send them back to the School of Vertical and Horizontal." After the experts of the School of Vertical and Horizontal heard this, they almost exploded in anger and cursed out loud. However, before the experts of the School of Inyang, who sent Su Qixing and the others back to the School of Vertical and Horizontal, had a straight face. His beard curled up and he looked abnormally angry. At the same time, he scolded seriously, "We're all part of the 100 schools of thought, and we're all top existences. We've been in contact with each other for many years. If you say thank you for such a small matter, you're treating us as outsiders. We appreciate your gratitude, but please don't mention it again in the future. We still have important matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave first. We welcome the experts of the School of Vertical and Horizontal to our families as guests." The people of the School of Vertical and Horizontal were so angry that they were about to die. Smoke was coming out of their nostrils, but before they could do anything, a large group of people from the other 5 great families quickly slipped away. However, when they left the spatial tunnel, a burst of laughter clearly came from it, causing all the experts of the School of Vertical and Horizontal to feel as if water was dripping out of their heads. Moreover, in Xianming Yihing Tian, countless experts who followed them stood outside the door of the School of Vertical and Horizontal, pointing and gloating. After a few days, the School of Vertical and Horizontal became the laughingstock of the entire Xianming Yihing Tian. No matter where they went, there would be people criticizing them behind their back. All of them were so embarrassed that they felt like they had no face to see the world again. How could they not hate them for this? After Su Qixing and the others' narration, they found out that the culprits were actually a few brats from a small world. Therefore, after some detailed questioning, they predicted that the people from the Huang country would soon arrive at the 33 heavens. In the end, the School of Vertical and Horizontal joined forces with the legalism and the famous scholars to wait outside the Shen Wu world and kill them at any time. However, what they didn't expect was that Du Xiaofu, who had clearly died in the catastrophe, suddenly came back to life. With his cultivation level, even this true Severing Realm old man did not have a good way to escape. He could only continue to chase after him. "Little bastards, even if you run to the ends of the earth, you won't be able to escape death." As he chased, the elder roared angrily, "Old dog, don't just bark. When I have enough cultivation, I will strip you naked, put you on a leash, and walk you around the 33 heavens." Du Xiaoyao's hateful voice came as he replied arrogantly. Under Du Xiaofu's lead, no matter how powerful the elder's cultivation was, it was impossible for him to catch up to them. Because of this, Du Xiaoyao's heart didn't beat fast, and he didn't panic at all. However, he felt extremely wronged and couldn't help but curse out loud. However, these words caused the hair of the old man, who was following closely behind, to stand on end as he flew into a rage. "Little bastards, after this old man catches you, I'll make you beg for death," the gray-haired elder screamed. He wanted to slap all of them to death. The humiliation the School of Vertical and Horizontal had suffered surfaced in his mind again. It really made him go crazy. However, in a short period of time, he was unable to catch up to Du Xiaofu and the others. This made him even more angry and resentful. Old dog, if you're not satisfied, you don't have to put the leash around your neck. You can just put it between your legs. I think when I drag you out for a walk, you'll be even more popular. Du Xiaoyao's mouth was full of nonsense, one sentence after another, causing the old man to be so angry that he was about to go crazy. That old face turned from white to black, from black to red, from red to green, and then from green to purple. It was indescribably brilliant. This old man is so angry. If you have the ability, then keep running like this. Even if I have to chase you to the end of the world, I will never let you go. The old man roared, his voice shaking the void turbulence violently. Old dog, we don't need to run to the end of the world. As long as we go to the extreme jade complete sky, you're dead for sure. Little Xingxing turned his head slightly, glanced at the old man, and said, Du Xiaofu, Ouyang Shuang. Du Xiaoyao and the others agreed with this sentence. In the extreme jade complete sky there was the Beigong family, and they had friendly relations with the desolate country. They would probably be very willing to help. However, where was the extreme jade complete sky? How could they get there? Even though Du Xiaofu and the others felt helpless towards this in their hearts, it was impossible for them to expose it. If they were able to rely on this to scare the old dog behind them and make him retreat in the face of difficulties, then it couldn't be any better. This old man would like to see who can protect you in the extreme jade complete sky. The old man snorted, but on second thought, he understood the meaning of little Xingxing's words. He could not help but say, Are you trying to use the master of the 3,000 sectors and the dragon god to suppress me? This old man chose to take action in the crevice of the world to avoid their prying eyes. Those two can't be paying attention to you all the time. If you have the ability, then catch up, old dog. Du Xiaoba spoke at the right time, and after that, he even made a series of pet calls. This old man will tear you into pieces. The old man was driven mad. These people's actions were really treating him like a dog. He suddenly struck out with his palm, and a terrifying force erupted, sweeping towards Du Xiaofu and the others. The surrounding spatial turbulence was instantly separated by such a palm, forming a passage that extended forward, all the way to the back of Du Xiaofu and the others. In the process of the old man's palm attack, it quickly condensed into a huge palm of light, releasing an abnormally terrifying energy fluctuation. It was like the angry attack of a god, as if it could destroy a small world. However, just as this palm was about to hit the people in front of it, the figures of Du Xiaofu and the others once again disappeared from where they were, and at the same time, they appeared in a distant place. Damn the laws of space! The old man was full of hatred. His palm strike with all his strength landed on empty air, almost making him jump. He originally had the cultivation of the true severing realm. In terms of pure speed, he was much faster than the 7 people in front of him. However, his attainments in the laws of space were clearly far inferior to Du Xiaofu's. He chased after him again and again, but he was able to escape again and again. Old dog, come and chase us. Du Xiaolin's tender voice sounded, and a pair of big eyes blinked, showing a doting smile at the old man, making the old man so angry that he almost vomited blood. We've only been out for a few days, and we're being chased and bitten by a dog. How unlucky! Du Xiaoyao did not curse at this time, but looked very unhappy. Just running away isn't the final solution. We have to break the current situation. Otherwise, no matter which world we go to, it will be very difficult to escape the pursuit. Du Xiaofu had been thinking non-stop, trying to find a feasible way to solve this problem. He knew that the old man was right. They could not keep running like this. In the 33 heavens, Du Xiaofu did not have any backers to rely on. The only friends he had were the Beigong clan and the Skywood Divine Tree ancestor, as well as Fu Yibai and the others, but he did not know how to find them. There was even less of a need to think about the master of the 3,000 great worlds and the dragon god. Such existences were not easy to meet. Chapter 2696. Du Xiaofu knew very well that his biggest hope was to find a way to get out of this situation by himself. He had even thought about whether he should turn around and return to his own world, which was the divine battle world that the old man had mentioned. There was the suppression of the power of heaven and earth there. In addition, Du Xiaofu could manipulate the formless laws of heaven and earth. With a flip of his hand, he could smash this old man into pieces. However, this idea was rejected by Du Xiaofu in the end. They had only been out for a few days, and then they were chased back to their old nest. That was no different from the people from the school of legalism, the school of famous scholars, and the school of vertical and horizontal who had been thrown out by these little fellows. Little bastards, you can't run away. The old man from the school of vertical and horizontal roared madly behind them. At the same time, he had already closed in on Du Xiaofu and the others. With a violent wave of his hand, a gust of wind suddenly appeared in the turbulent space, whistling fiercely. "Dad, hurry up and run. That old dog is coming." The little Qilin yelled, its tender voice sounding. In fact, Du Xiaofu did not need Du Xiaolin's reminder. He directly used the first form of Fuyao and activated the law of space, wanting to run a little further away. However, after the golden light on Du Xiaofu's body flashed, he only crossed a distance of less than 10 miles, and did not appear extremely far away as expected. This was because the formless power that he had manipulated with the law of space was instantly destroyed by the gust of wind behind him. The first form of Fuyao was broken, and their figures appeared in the turbulent space. This kind of situation made Du Xiaofu involuntarily shocked in his heart. "It's actually a complete law of space," Du Xiaofu could not help but say, his heart growing heavier. After controlling the way of the heavens, Du Xiaofu could manipulate the formless laws and order, and naturally learned more about the types of laws in this world. When the old man attacked just now, he immediately felt the unparalleled gust of wind. It was also a complete law of space, the true meaning of the wind attribute. In comparison, although the law of space that he had mastered was mysterious enough, it was still incomplete. Under the old man's full power, it was broken in the blink of an eye, and he took the opportunity to get close to him. As a result, Du Xiaofu's hope of using the miraculous first form of Fuyao to escape was also announced. "Du Xiaofu, today you will all die. I am in the realm. If I can't even keep you alive, a mere stage god, alive, I deserve to be mocked." The old man shouted the old man's his hands, but his hands did not did. He waved his hand once again, and violent gales blew and strangled. In an instant, the spatial turbulence was stirred into a mess. The wind, like a blade wind like a. Other than Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing, the other 5 people were like leaves that swayed in the wind and rain, swaying unsteadily under the wild wind. If it weren't for Du Xiaofu's protection, they would have died in an instant after suffering such a blow. "Open for me!" Du Xiaofu's throat burst out with a thunderous roar, like a sudden explosion in the cracks of the world. As if in response to his shout, the moment his voice fell, the space rumbled, and an incomparably resplendent pillar of lightning appeared out of thin air, directly bombarding the space in front of them. Chi La, the invisible gale was instantly dispersed, and a huge gap appeared. At this moment, the old man behind him had already slapped down with his palm, fiercely imprinting on the purple-gold light shield around Du Xiaofu and the others. Boom! The defense set up by Du Xiaofu was directly shattered, causing his mind to be shaken. His internal organs were shaken violently, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth with a "pu" sound. However, borrowing the old man's attack, Du Xiaofu Fuyao used the first move again, and once again disappeared from his original spot, dodging the old man's palm strike. Under the bombardment of the thunder law, The spatial restrictions in front of them had already been removed. Therefore, this time, the first move of Fu Yao was successfully used, and the few of them appeared extremely far away in an instant. Humph! With one move effective, the old man's expression immediately became much better. With a cold snort, he retracted his hand and chased after them once again. "Boss, how are you?" Beside Du Xiaofu, Du Xiaoyao looked at him solemnly and asked worriedly. The old man behind him was simply too strong. With the cultivation of the true severing stage, even Du Xiaofu would have to retreat if he met him head-on, not daring to directly confront him. For all living beings, the further they progressed in their cultivation, the greater the gap between each realm. Even if it was a person at the peak of the God-seizing stage, even if it was a cultivator who had just broken through to the true severing stage, it would still be very difficult for them to truly fight head-on. "I'm a little injured, but it won't get in the way." Du Xiaofu raised his sleeve to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, and said with a wave of his hand. He smiled lightly and gave Ouyang Shuang, Du Xiaowang, and the others a reassuring look. Just as they were talking, the old man from the school of vertical and horizontal closed the distance between them. He was about to use the wind attribute law to trap Du Xiaofu and the others. Could it be that all true severing stage cultivators have mastered a complete set of laws? Du Xiaofu thought to himself as he ran for his life. He was a little serious. He had only mastered a complete set of the Thunder Law. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be much weaker than the old man from the school of vertical and horizontal. However, according to the old man, his strength was only at the peak of the seizing God stage. The gap between their realms made it a little troublesome for him to get rid of that old dog. If this continued, he would take the opportunity to attack a few times. His life might not be in danger, but it would be dangerous for Ouyang Shuang and the others. "Little Xingxing, take everyone and leave first. I'll hold that old dog back." Du Xiaofu suddenly raised the vast qi in his body and quickly circulated it. The law of space was continuously activated, and in a few flashes, he once again left the old man behind by quite a distance. Immediately after, he let go of Ouyang Shuang, Little Qilin, and the others who were under his protection. He turned around and directly rushed towards the old man. "Father, you have to be careful," Little Qilin shouted from behind. "Hurry up and leave. No matter which realm you go to, you have to protect yourself first. Then, you can go find the Beigong clan or Fu Yibai." Du Xiaofu didn't even turn his head as he reminded them. He had thought of putting everyone into the desolate ancient space, and then going to face the expert from the school of vertical and horizontal by himself. However, he didn't dare to do so. That old man was simply too strong. If he were to fall into any danger, he would implicate everyone. It was better for him to go up and block the old man alone and give them a chance to escape. "Humph! Little bastard, since you want to die, this old man will fulfill your wish." Seeing that Du Xiaofu didn't continue to escape and instead came towards him, the old man couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. However, he recovered in the blink of an eye and snorted coldly. It had been several months since he left the school of vertical and horizontal. They had been waiting outside the divine martial world, waiting for the people from the desolate country to come out. However, no one would have thought that Du Xiaofu, who had died in the battle with the demon god, would come back to life. If it weren't for his appearance, no matter how many people the desolate country sent out, they wouldn't be enough for him to kill. It could be said that the school of vertical and horizontal had already thought highly of the desolate country by sending out a true severing realm cultivator. On the other hand, it also showed how deep their hatred for the desolate country was. "Old dog, my life is right here. If you have the ability, come and take it yourself." Du Xiaofu sneered and summoned the heavenly palace of purple and gold into his hand. He stood in the middle of the turbulent space and stood in the air. His purple robe was stretched taut under the unparalleled spatial storm. Without any hesitation, Du Xiaofu raised his sword with both hands. The Xian qi in his body began to circulate wildly. The heavenly palace of purple and gold emitted a purple and gold light that filled the sky. The entire space began to vibrate with a mysterious rhythm. It was as if flames were dancing and resonating with the power of the heavenly palace of purple and gold. Ray after ray of light revolved around his body. It was as if the sky was blooming with multicolored light. It was also like sharp swords dancing in the air. It contained a terrifying aura. Du Xiaofu's aura skyrocketed. It shook the heavens and the earth and shot straight into the 9 heavens. At the same time, the aura of the purple and gold swords that surrounded him also soared rapidly. They let out a cheerful cry and finally condensed on the heavenly palace of purple and gold. Sacred sword roar. A sword ray that was so huge that it made one's heart palpitate took shape. It seemed as if it could penetrate the heavens and the earth. It continued to move along with the broadsword in Du Xiaofu's hand and slashed down. The sharp sword cry pierced through gold and cracked stone, resounding through the clouds. It was as if the gods were roaring. The Demon King was roaring. A tiny pearl dares to compete with the bright moon. The old man from the school of vertical and horizontal snorted coldly. His robe fluttered in the air. A violent force poured out like a surging river. Faced with Du Xiaofu's powerful sword, the old man's hands moved quickly. Woo-woo, as the strong wind roared, it formed a fierce waterfall that danced around him. It looked as if it had turned into something substantial. Under the sweeping and slicing of the void, it shattered inch by inch and turned into rioting fragments that filled the sky. The scene was shocking and terrifying. Sweeping wind strikes the sky, warping wind destroys the gods. Joining forces, there's no justice in the world. As the old man spoke, the wind attribute laws moved brazenly. Endless waterfalls crisscrossed in the space and slashed horizontally and vertically. Then they condensed into an extremely terrifying wind pillar. Inside it were dense wind blades that directly met Du Xiaofu's bright and resplendent sword light. Rumble, a loud explosion rang out. The spatial turbulence within a radius of 10 million miles was immediately shaken into fragments. The void collapsed bit by bit, constantly collapsing and turning into ashes. Accompanying it were 2 energy light pillars of different natures that shattered at the same time. The loud rumbling sound did not stop. It was as if mountains were collapsing and the entire world was shaking. The surrounding space had already completely collapsed. It was filled with dense broken runes that were boiling like a tsunami. Du Xiaofu's figure had already flown out and dodged far away. Purple-gold blood once again flowed out from the corner of his mouth, dripping down drop by drop. On his body, the azure spirit armor was cut into pieces by the wind blades, crisscrossing with each other. Fortunately, he relied on the final protection of the indestructible Xian body. Although his injuries were not light, at least his life was not in danger. Du Xiaofu, this old man advises you to surrender. No matter how much resistance you put up, it's meaningless. In the end, you won't be able to avoid death. On the opposite side, the old man from the school of vertical and horizontal was only slightly pushed back by the energy storm that filled the sky. Then, under the influence of his aura, the endless fragments were pushed away, forcibly tearing open a path. The old man's figure stepped lightly in the void and once again headed towards Du Xiaofu. He had already made up his mind. No matter what, he would not let this child leave today. In fact, it was not only Du Xiaofu. Even the other 6 people who had escaped could not be let go. At the very least, if the fact that they had sent people to intercept and kill was spread to the ears of others, it would very likely bring disaster to the school of vertical and horizontal. Therefore, the old man wanted to end the battle quickly. After dealing with Du Xiaofu, he would continue to pursue the 6 people who had escaped. Go to hell, kid! The old man from the school of vertical and horizontal shouted. He seemed to be taking slow steps, but in reality, his speed was incomparably fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already swept in front of Du Xiaofu again. A fleeting palm energy leisurely shot out, transforming into a huge palm print. It carried a terrifying and peerless power and released a dazzling light. It brazenly pressed towards Du Xiaofu's chest. "Old dog, I've said it before. Even the demon god can't kill me, much less you." Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth tightly. He had no intention of dodging at all. He just watched as the old man's palm print landed on his body. This situation stunned the old man from the school of vertical and horizontal for a moment. However, it did not cause him to hesitate at all. The palm of light continued to fiercely slam down. At the same time, a cold and ruthless smile flashed across the old man's eyes. However, unexpectedly, when the palm truly landed, the old man's expression changed abruptly. He could clearly feel that his attack had missed. In his eyes, the purple-robed young man's body had been smashed into pieces by him, turning into a rain of light that drifted away. He knew that this attack did not work. It had only hit the opponent's afterimage. It's this damned law of space again. A primitive law controller is really troublesome to deal with. The old man's eyes narrowed as he cursed in his heart. He felt deeply aggrieved. With his strength in the true severing realm, how could he not be angry when fighting a kid in the seizing god realm for a long time without being able to defeat him? This was also because Du Xiaofu's mastery of the law of space was quite profound. Although it had not reached perfection, his attainments were very deep. As a primitive law, the law of space was many times more profound than the law of wind that the old man had mastered. Therefore, even if he firmly suppressed Du Xiaofu in terms of cultivation, he didn't have much of an advantage at all. If it were anyone else here, they would have been crushed to death 100 times over. However, before he could think too much, the space in front of him was directly pierced by a bolt of lightning. Then, he saw a vast pillar of lightning blast out from it, heading straight for his head. "Open!" The old man roared and moved quickly, instantly displaying the law of wind. A gust of wind suddenly blew in the surrounding void turbulence. It was indescribably gentle. Whoosh, 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 the gentle breeze blew, but under this gentle breeze, the bolt of lightning immediately distorted. Before it could hit the old man from the school of vertical and horizontal, the entire pillar of light exploded with a bang and was then blown away by the gentle breeze into the boundless void. What a way to defeat strength with softness! It was only at this moment that Du Xiaofu appeared from the void and arrived in front of the old man. He was touched and seemed to have understood something from the old man's law of wind. While Du Xiaofu was surprised by the old man's method, the heavenly purple-gold fault in his hand also shot out, slashing out a peerless sword light as if it was splitting the world. The dazzling sword whistle pierced through the rocks and split the clouds, straight into the sky. Terrifying spatial cracks spread and extended in front of the old man. "Brat, you're courting death." The old man could not help but sneer when he saw that Du Xiaofu did not retreat after the attack and instead charged at him again. As he spoke, he waved his arms in the air. Strange ripples spread out rapidly in the chaotic streams of space, accompanied by the whistling of the wind. In an instant, the school of vertical and horizontal's most adept technique was used again. It drew out the invisible momentum between heaven and earth, forming colorful rays of light that trapped him and Du Xiaofu. Each strand of light connected all kinds of different laws and true meanings together, forming an extremely terrifying cage that rapidly shrank and squeezed. A vast pressure burst out, and Du Xiaofu felt as if his body had fallen into yellow soil. It was difficult for him to breathe and break free, as if he was going to be squeezed to death. Similarly, the sword light that Du Xiaofu slashed out was instantly crushed and dissipated into nothingness. The remaining energy was pushed away by the old man from the school of vertical and horizontal with a wave of his sleeve. It did not cause any harm to him at all. However, even though Du Xiaofu was once again trapped in the cage, he did not show any signs of panic. Little Xingxing and the others should be far away by now, he thought. With his senses at full strength, he discovered that little Xingxing and the others had already vanished from the range of the power of his soul. This allowed Du Xiaofu to let out a long sigh of relief. As long as the tomboy, Du Xiaoyao, and the others were safe, he had nothing to worry about. With a flash, he broke free from the cage that the old man had cast. Afterwards, he randomly chose a direction and directly fled. Chapter 2697. Brat, you won't be able to escape. Seeing this, the elder from the school of vertical and horizontal frowned, feeling extremely angry. Du Xiaofu's strength was clearly much weaker than his, but he relied on the law of space to dodge his attacks time and time again. A strong sense of grievance rose in the elder's heart, but he had no choice but to suppress it and give chase. "Old dog, stop me first if you can," Du Xiaofu said fiercely without even turning his head. He fled in the opposite direction of Little Star, the tomboy, and the others to lure the elder from the school of vertical and horizontal. Now, he urgently needed to find a place to settle down. In this turbulent space, with the elder's speed boosted by the wind element law, he was simply a live target. Once he went to a place with a lot of people, it would be easy for him to escape. Walala! The space in front of Du Xiaofu trembled, and a strong gust of wind attacked again. The terrifying power of law surged out, and the gentle wind carried a strong tearing force, directly cutting the space into pieces. However, with the lesson from last time, Du Xiaofu was prepared. He instantly shouted, "Open!" Boom! The lightning pillar formed and blasted on the strong wind, directly shattering it. Then, he activated the law of space and used the first form of Fuyao. He immediately disappeared from where he was, dodging the elder's attack. In such a situation, every time Du Xiaofu appeared from the void, he didn't even need to think. He directly struck out with the power of the law of thunder and lightning, and then combined it with the Fuyao style to quickly escape. This way, he could avoid the elder's pursuit to a certain extent and break free from the influence of the wind element law on space. However, the elder from the school of vertical and horizontal was simply too fast. Although Du Xiaofu crossed a great distance every time, it was still within the range of the elder's primordial spirit's detection. Therefore, it was very difficult to completely get rid of him. Even though Du Xiaofu's laws of space was profound enough, his grasp over them was far from perfect. As a result, he would still be struck by the old man's ferocious attacks from time to time. He would be injured to a certain extent and be forced into a passive situation. After the two of them traversed an endless distance, Du Xiaofu's purple robe had already turned into strips of cloth, hanging on his body. The immortal Xian body also had some scars and purple-gold blood flowing from them. "That old dog is really hot on my heels." Du Xiaofu secretly clenched his teeth. He simply did not have the time to stop and adjust his breathing, let alone counterattack. He used all of his strength to run as fast as he could, hoping to find a place to rest. But in this vast and boundless void, no one knew how to find a world within the 33 heavens. Perhaps the old man behind him knew, but he definitely wouldn't tell him. Therefore, Du Xiaofu could only try his luck. "Du Xiaofu, even if you run to the ends of the earth, this old man will still cut you into 18 pieces." The old man from the school of vertical and horizontal roared. His beard and hair fluttered in the wind, carrying with them a boundless aura of brutality. "Old dog, one day, I will return everything that I have suffered today to you. I will let you have a taste of what it feels like to be hunted and killed." After shooting another attack at the old man, Du Xiaofu responded hatefully. He did not even dare to look back. "Humph, I'm afraid you won't be able to wait for that day." The old man snorted coldly. He knew that with Du Xiaofu's talent, surpassing him was only a matter of time. There was no need to wait until then. As long as his cultivation improved a little more and stepped into the true severing stage, the old man would not have much confidence in being able to defeat Du Xiaofu. Therefore, he had to kill him this time. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. The two of them, one running and one chasing, quickly passed by a few days. The old man began to feel anxious. Du Xiaofu was not killed by him yet, and the other 6 people from the Huang country had also escaped. This news should be sent back to the Huang country as soon as possible so that they could come up with a countermeasure. If other forces found out about this and interfered, it would be too late to deal with the Huang country. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu, who was running, looked up and noticed something out of the ordinary. After he left the Shen Wu world, he had been traveling in the space turbulence for more than 10 days. Relatively speaking, although the space turbulence in the crack between worlds had a certain amount of killing power, with Du Xiaofu's strength, it was not enough to affect him at all. However, right now, he could sense with the power of his soul that there were terrifying presences nearby. Rumbling sounds could be heard amidst the great tremors. It was like a landslide or a tsunami. Even he was astounded. It was a vast storm formed by the turbulent flow of space. If the space turbulence under normal circumstances was like a gurgling river, then the void storm was like a roaring wave. As it surged, each wave was higher than the last, and it seemed to be able to destroy everything. Just sensing it from afar was enough to make one shiver. Du Xiaofu did not doubt that if a normal Saint Realm cultivator entered, they would be torn to pieces. This kind of void storm was quite dangerous for Du Xiaofu. If he recklessly charged in, no one knew what he would encounter. However, he only hesitated for a moment before heading straight in that direction. Why are we suddenly encountering a void storm? Behind him, the old man from the school of vertical and horizontal stared in confusion. Normally speaking, void storms were not common in the cracks between worlds. They were either naturally formed or interfered with by people. The 33 heavens had been stable for countless years, so naturally formed void storms rarely appeared, unless something big happened in a world and affected the space. Other than that, it was formed because there was a great battle between super experts. In other words, it was very likely that there was an intense battle between people with exceedingly high cultivation. From the scale of the void storm, it could be seen that the strength of the person who attacked was far above his own. Even if it was not the meditative or immortal realm, it was at least an extremely deep level of the truth-severing realm. It was terrifying and peerless. Damned little bastard, how dare you barge in? Seeing Du Xiaofu dive straight in and disappear, the old man could not help but curse inwardly. If he accidentally angered such a powerhouse, it would probably bring about a disaster. Therefore, the old man was a little hesitant about whether or not he should follow. After weighing the pros and cons, he clenched his fists tightly and rushed into the void storm as quickly as he could. Originally, killing the people from the desolate country was a simple matter, but no one expected Du Xiaofu to appear again and disrupt the original plans of the 3 families. However, the humiliation that the school of vertical and horizontal had suffered could only be washed away with the blood of the people from the desolate country. Therefore, he did not want to let Du Xiaofu go just like that. If he missed such a good opportunity, it would be even more difficult to get revenge in the future. When the old man entered the void storm, he immediately felt a powerful tearing force that wanted to tear his body into pieces. Even his primordial spirit felt like it was being pulled out of his body and devoured. He channeled his cultivation with all his might, constantly counteracting the powerful force. Gentle wind elemental power wrapped around his body, protecting his body as he quickly passed through the void storm. However, after he entered, he immediately lost track of Du Xiaofu. The powerful fluctuations affected his senses. "Brat, you can't escape from this old man's palm." The old man was not in a hurry as he searched carefully. He believed that Du Xiaofu's situation must be worse than his if he felt that it was extremely strenuous. Perhaps by relying on the miraculous spatial laws, that kid would be able to protect himself without any worry. But in the end, his cultivation was still too weak. So, it was easier said than done to truly escape. "I hope I don't run into those powerhouses who are fighting," the old man mumbled to himself, praying. A battle between super powerhouses would affect a large area. If he was careful, he probably would not run into them. He was afraid that Du Xiaofu, that brat, would act recklessly and charge forward in order to escape. Swoosh, just as the old man was thinking, he suddenly saw a purplish gold light flash past his eyes in the endless storm. It carried a familiar aura. It was Du Xiaofu's figure. He immediately chased in that direction, wanting to capture him as soon as possible. However, when he unleashed the law of wind and quickly caught up to the purple-robed figure, the purple-robed figure moved again and disappeared in a flash. The old man was filled with hatred as he lost his target again. When he sensed where the purple-robed figure appeared again, the old man chased after him again. However, as he kept moving forward, the old man's mind began to tremble. Whoosh, 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 the terrifying nether storm around him was extremely domineering. It was like sharp blades were dancing in the air, sweeping, cutting, and tearing everything apart. However, what terrified the old man even more was what happened next. Just as he was wondering if he was close to where the super powerhouses were fighting and if he should temporarily avoid them, a terrifying wind pillar suddenly attacked from the violent void turbulence. It whistled and danced like a tornado, and swallowed the old man in an instant. At the first moment, the old man exerted all his strength to protect his body so that he wouldn't be minced into minced meat. Even so, he could not prevent himself from being swept away by the strong wind. At this moment, he was like a withered leaf in the wind that was swept into the tornado. He was then swept toward the center of the tornado. This isn't a scene caused by a battle between powerhouses, but a naturally formed nether storm. It's too terrifying. The old man's heart trembled. Apart from protecting himself from being injured, he no longer had the strength to resist effectively. He could only allow himself to be swept toward the center of the violent vortex. Chapter 2698. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. He could already tell that this void storm was not a scene formed by a battle between two powerhouses. During a battle between two super powerhouses, even if they affected the void turbulence and possessed terrifying power, everything would gradually calm down after a single blow. It would not last for such a long time. Looking at this incomparably ferocious vortex of wind pillar, one could tell that this was a naturally formed storm. Its power was countless times greater than a man-made storm. Moreover, it would not dissipate in a short period of time. Once one was sucked into it, other than protecting oneself tightly, one could only rely on one's absolute strength to break free. However, it was clear that this elder from the school of vertical and horizontal did not possess such a cultivation base. It was also his first time encountering such a domineering void storm. He could not help but become more and more flustered, and a strong sense of fear grew in his heart. As the storm continued to swirl, he gradually felt that the defense outside his body was about to shatter. It shook violently. If his body was directly exposed to the outside world, he would probably be torn to pieces in an instant. As time passed, the horror in the elder's heart grew. He silently shouted 4 words, "My life is over." However, the moment the protective shield outside his body completely exploded, a strong light suddenly appeared and enveloped him. Immediately after, all the scenes of the void storm disappeared, and the doomsday-like scene quickly disappeared, leaving not a single trace behind. At this moment, the elder suddenly realized that he was actually in a world of his own. However, at this moment, he was almost about to collapse. He could not muster much strength in his body. He tried his best to summon the last bit of chi in his body, stabilized his body, and landed on the ground, panting heavily. After a period of time, the elder finally regained his senses. He looked around and immediately sensed Du Xiaofu's existence. Around the elder was a boundless mountain range. In his perception, Du Xiaofu had landed in a bush about 10 miles away from him. The aura on the purple-robed youth was also very weak. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries in the void storm. "He's still alive," the elder from the school of vertical and horizontal sneered, as he walked towards Du Xiaofu. After a short period of recuperation, he recovered some of his strength. With a few leaps, he went to Du Xiaofu's side. "It's really an old dog. No matter where I go, it will chase after me just by smelling the scent." Seeing the old man appear, Du Xiaofu cursed loudly. His experience was no different from that of the elder from the school of vertical and horizontal. He had also been ravaged by the spatial storm. Originally, he thought that after this, he would be able to shake him off by a certain distance and thus gain some breathing space. However, he did not expect that he would be caught up so quickly. However, Du Xiaofu was also glad that he had encountered such a strange nether storm that had swept him into this world. With a world to rely on, there would definitely be living beings. As long as he could find a place where people gathered, it would be much easier for him to escape. He had the disguised divine technique. After changing his appearance, he could also hide his aura. Unless he used a treasure that could see through the soul, it would be very difficult for others to see through his true identity. Right now, the only thing he did not know was what kind of world he was in. Was it one of the 33 skies? Or one of the countless smaller worlds? Although Du Xiaofu really wanted to know the answer, he could not be sure in a short period of time. The only thing that allowed Du Xiaofu to make a guess was that the spirit energy here was extremely abundant. Compared to the Shunwu world, it was many times denser. Being in a world like this, even those with low talent would be able to strengthen their bodies and live longer. Thus, according to Du Xiaofu's judgment, this place was most likely one of the 33 heavens. However, the worst thing was that he had used up too much of his energy. He could not use too much of his strength in a short period of time. "Brat, I want to see where you can run to now." The elder from the house of Zong Zong took a few steps forward and arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. He didn't hesitate at all. He suddenly raised his palm and slammed it down brazenly. As he moved, he spoke with an unparalleled amount of killer's intent. "Remember, my name is Zhang Kai Xian. I don't want to go to the underworld and become a ghost." Swirls of wind energy appeared out of nowhere. The law of wind rippled and locked down the space around them. Even if Du Xiaofu used the Fu Yao technique, he would be instantly sliced apart by the wind energy. From what he could sense, Du Xiaofu's energy was almost depleted. He probably did not have any energy left to fight back. If that was the case, his ferocious palm strike would definitely turn Yi Shiwen into minced meat. However, what the elder did not expect was that just as his palm strike was about to land, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed out. A huge gap appeared in the void in front of him, and a bolt of lightning shot out from it and smashed straight into his chest. "Damn brat, you actually tricked me!" The elder was shocked. He had thought that Du Xiaofu was already at the end of his rope and had no room to resist. He did not expect that his weak appearance was just an act. The elder from the house of Zong Zong Zong, who called himself Zhang Kai Xian, changed the direction of his palm strike without thinking and blasted it towards the bolt of lightning that had suddenly appeared. Rumble, a huge shockwave spread out as a terrifying shockwave spread out. Waves of vast energy runes swept out in all directions like a roaring sea. Stormy waves swept out in all directions. The surrounding space that was sealed by the power of the wind attribute law immediately shook violently, as if it was about to shatter. Immediately after, Du Xiaofu punched out fiercely, and a violent force burst out, directly tearing the void apart. His entire body drilled in and instantly disappeared from his original spot. "Old dog, if you have the ability, then continue to chase after me." Du Xiaofu ran, dragging his heavily injured body as he fled for his life. He continuously used the Fu Yao technique. He unleashed the tyrannical power of his primordial spirit and quickly spied in all directions, intending to find the place where the crowd was gathered. He had caught the elder named Zhang Kai-Xian off guard, but he also knew that it would be difficult to shake him off. He could only think of a way to escape. "Little bastard, you can't run away!" Zhang Kai-Xian was furious and quickly chased after him. Although he was also heavily injured, his cultivation was still very strong. After using the law of wind, his speed was extremely fast. Soon, in this world, the two of them continued to pursue and escape. Both of them were extremely strong, and their figures were extremely fast as they quickly swept across the endless land and mountains. During this period, Du Xiaofu also encountered many living beings. Among them were many human cities. Although there were some powerful existences, there were not many powerhouses. Therefore, he did not quickly stop. If he did that, he would not be able to escape the elder's detection. Only places with more powerhouses could allow him to hide without any scruples. As for the elder from the school of vertical and horizontal, he would not dare to search for him. In this pursuit, the two of them, one in front and one behind, had spent more than half a day. The endless distance passed under their feet. If it was in the divine martial world, Du Xiaofu reckoned that he would have to go around the entire world. However, here, he still could not see the end of it. From this, he finally deduced with certainty that this was indeed a great world. It was one of the 33 heavens and was incomparably vast. It was unknown how many times larger than the divine martial world. "There are so many people," Du Xiaofu suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He discovered that in the distance, there was a dense crowd passing through the void. They seemed to be gathering in a certain direction. At a glance, it was as if they were an overwhelming group. It was difficult to estimate the exact number of people. However, according to Du Xiaofu's visual estimation, there were at least 700,000 to 800,000 people. Most importantly, none of these people were weak. Under Du Xiaofu's rough scan, he discovered that the weakest among them was at the early stage of the Saint Realm. In the 33 heavens terms, they were at the early stage of the origin-returning realm. The sight of so many origin-returning realm cultivators whistling through the air and moving at such a fast speed was something unimaginable in Shen Wu world, but Du Xiaofu was now witnessing it with his own eyes. This was not the most shocking thing. What shocked Du Xiaofu the most was that all of these people had young faces. They all looked to be in their 20s. Only a few of them looked to be in their 30s or 40s. From the fluctuations of their divine souls, he could tell that they had not cultivated for long. They were all within 1,000 years. So many young powerhouses, are they going there? Du Xiaofu had already detected that not too far ahead, there was a huge black hole high in the sky. It occupied more than half of the sky, and there was a strange aura emitting from it. It exuded an ancient aura and a majestic ancient aura. As for the countless figures, they all rushed towards the black hole. At the entrance of the black hole, there was a layer of light shining, like some kind of restriction. When most people passed through this layer of light, they passed through without any hindrance. Occasionally, one or two people would be repelled by the light curtain, unable to take a single step in. After Du Xiaofu's observation, he discovered that those who were stopped all had a common characteristic. They were all over 1,000 years old. "Kiki, Du Xiaofu, let's see where you can escape to this time." At this moment, Zhang Kaishuan's sinister sneer came from behind Du Xiaofu. Obviously, he had also discovered the situation ahead, and could not help but feel extremely happy. He could roughly guess what was going on. Chapter 2699. Although Du Xiaofu's strength was not weak and could be considered at the peak of the younger generation, he probably did not have the guts to barge in. There were still some super-strong cultivators guarding the periphery. They were existences that even Zhang Kaishian had to be wary of. If such a grand event was disturbed by Du Xiaofu, even if he had 100 lives, it wouldn't be enough. However, Zhang Kaixin had obviously underestimated Du Xiaofu. "Old dog, come and chase me." Du Xiaofu transmitted his voice to the old man. Then, he shuttled through the dense crowd and rushed toward the huge black hole in the void without looking back. When he passed through the hole, the blurry light only flashed slightly before quickly calming down. At this time, there were too many people entering the black hole. They were all like a swarm of bees. Even though Du Xiaofu seemed to be in a hurry, not many people noticed his abnormality. As for Zhang Kaixin, who was chasing after him, he abruptly stopped in his tracks and stopped outside the cave entrance. He opened his mouth and looked in the direction that Du Xiaofu had disappeared. He wanted to say something, but he did not know what to say. He never thought that Du Xiaofu would really barge into the hole. Zhang Kaixin himself was blocked outside by the light screen. "Who are you? Why have you barged into the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom's younger generation assessment area?" Just as Zhang Kaixin was in a daze, a light flashed beside him. An old man with sinister eyes appeared beside him and stared at him coldly. It was as if a venomous snake was staring at him. It was indescribably horrifying. At the same time, a few more flashes of light followed. No less than 10 figures came to his side and surrounded him. They seemed to be closing in on him step by step. The aura on each of them was not weaker than Zhang Kaixuan's. This made his heart tremble violently. "So it's the people from the Yu Qing Divine Nation. I'm from the Xianming Yiheng Tian, a member of the School of Vertical and Horizontal. I came here because I was chasing a little bastard. I didn't mean to offend you, please forgive me." How could Zhang Kaixin dare to put on airs here? He had no choice but to bring out his own identity and explain his intentions in order to dispel the concerns of the people around him. "So it's an expert from the School of Vertical and Horizontal from the 100 schools of philosophers." Hearing Zhang Kaixuan's words, the expressions of the dozen or so masters eased a little. Then, one of them pointed at the huge black hole not far away and asked, "Could it be that the person you want to kill has entered the origin space?" When the people around him heard this, they also cast their gazes towards Zhang Kaixin. The School of Vertical and Horizontal was one of the top schools of thought in the 100 schools of thought, so they naturally knew about it. Therefore, when the other party came here, they had to take some face into consideration. "That's right. Is it possible for all of you to open up a spatial passage so that this old man can go in and capture him?" When Zhang Kaixin saw the expressions of the people around him, he couldn't help but feel hopeful as he asked. If these people were willing to let him enter the origin space for the sake of the School of Vertical and Horizontal, it would be even easier to kill Du Xiaofu. As a place for the younger generation of a divine nation to test themselves, they could only enter and not leave before the end of the test. In that place, with his strength, he could completely chase Du Xiaofu to the ends of the world. "You can't do that!" Among the dozen or so masters around Zhang Kaixin, a middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and a wide nose snorted softly and waved his hand. "The origin space is about to open. As the final test of the Yu Qing Divine Nation, it affects the next stage of the grand competition of the entire Supreme Chang Rong Heaven. None of us can break the rules. Everyone, I'm only going to capture that kid. I won't affect your test." Zhang Kaixin didn't give up and cupped his fists again. "If you have the ability to do so, you can directly pass through the restriction." Beside him, another person spoke up and seemed to be a little impatient. When the others heard this, they all nodded in agreement and didn't buy Zhang Kaixuan's words. This Zhang Kaixin was at a loss for words. If he could go in, he would have followed Du Xiaofu in. The main reason was that he had already cultivated for more than 1,000 years, so it was impossible for him to pass through the restriction outside the black hole. It seemed like it was impossible for him to enter the origin space to chase after Du Xiaofu. This old man has been presumptuous. Zhang Kaixin had no choice but to lower his stance since he was in someone else's territory. He said very politely, "Then I'll wait here." When that kid comes out, I'll capture him. As long as it doesn't cause any disturbance to the test, you can do as you wish." The middle-aged man with thick eyebrows nodded and said as such. Then, he led the rest of the people to look into the void. Most of the nearly 1 million people had already entered the huge black hole. As time passed quickly, some of the people finally passed through the barrier and disappeared. In an instant, the entire place quieted down. The scene that was like a swarm of locusts calmed down. Only some experts of the older generation stood in various places, quietly waiting for something. "Du Xiaofu, you shouldn't have gone to that origin space. You chose this path yourself. Then, this old man will wait here and catch you like a turtle in a jar," Zhang Kaixin murmured. After staring at the huge black hole for a while, he flew away from here. After Du Xiaofu entered the black hole, he immediately felt the strongest ancient aura. It was as if it came from the beginning of time and space. It was indescribably ancient and vicissitudes of life. After he entered, he quickly breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, he had gotten rid of Zhang Kaixuan's pursuit. "Legalism, School of Martial Arts, School of Martial Arts, I will settle this account with you all one day." Du Xiaofu's eyes were ferocious. He was deeply angered by the 3 great clans' attempt to kill him. They had just walked out of Shenwu world, but they did not expect to be ambushed by them. They had even sent out true Severing Realm experts. If those people had miscalculated and did not know that he had been revived, they would have sent out even more powerful existences. Fortunately, this was the case. Otherwise, their lives would have been in danger. Originally, all of the grudges were limited to the branch families of the 3 great clans. However, they did not think that the people of the main clans would be so overbearing and provoke the desolate country. Du Xiaofu had never been someone who was afraid of trouble. Since the other party wanted to deal with him, there was no reason for him to not fight back. In the end, Du Xiaofu suppressed his thoughts and let out a long breath. He came back to his senses and looked at the situation around him. This place looked like an independent world that was isolated from the outside world. However, the terrain was not much different from the outside world. Using the power of his primordial spirit, he could see the boundless mountains and lush vegetation. In Du Xiaofu's surroundings, there were a number of powerhouses constantly passing by, all in a hurry. He didn't know where this place was, but it wasn't difficult to guess that this place should be a strange space, so there were certain differences in the outside world. Presumably, it was set up by a certain expert for the younger generation to gain experience or test. "Forget about it, let's recover our strength first." Du Xiaofu's figure rose and fell a few times. Then, he took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him, and found a small cave in a mountain range. Then, he drilled into the cave and blocked the entrance with stones. Then, he casually laid down a few restrictive spells. The 33 heavens are truly extraordinary. Just the Saint Realm cultivators I saw this time, which is the returning Void Realm and above, numbered nearly 1,000,000. There were also many seizing Divinity Realm cultivators. Most importantly, this is just the number of people in the younger generation. Even now, Du Xiaofu could not help but feel shocked. So many returning Void Realm and seizing Divinity Realm cultivators. If they were placed in the divine martial world, how terrifying would their strength be? It would not be difficult for them to sweep through the entire divine martial world 10,000 times. Of course, the premise was that he, who controlled the heavenly Tao, did not make a move. It seems like there are a few people among those people who are not weak. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. Thinking about the situation he saw earlier, he could not help but sigh. Among the 700 to 800,000 young experts, there were a few who gave Du Xiaofu a very fearful feeling. The strength of those people was probably above little Xingxing. There is always someone better than you. The path of the strong is endless. Du Xiaofu sighed. Then, he slowly closed his eyes and began to meditate. Outside his body, bursts of purple-gold light shot out. It was enshrouded in clouds and was incomparably beautiful. The fluctuations he caused were not too big. He only wanted to recover from his injuries. He did not want to cause any commotion and attract the attention of others, which would only add to the trouble. With the passage of time and the extremely rich spirit qi in this space, Du Xiaofu recovered very quickly. After only half a day, the injuries in his body had mostly recovered. He was almost able to display his peak strength. Du Xiaofu's aura continued to rise, but when it reached a certain peak, this aura suddenly fell back and was quickly restrained, no longer emitting the slightest fluctuation. This made Du Xiaofu look incomparably ordinary, giving people the illusion that he was in a trance. The space outside should be sealed. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to get out. Du Xiaofu opened his eyes one by one and muttered to himself. If it was difficult for him to get out, then it was almost impossible for Zhang Kaixian to come in. Old dog, don't tell me you're guarding outside. Du Xiaofu thought in his heart. He could not help but raise his eyebrows. Then, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. It seems that even if I can get out, it's not suitable for me to leave this place for the time being. It's better to increase my strength first so that I can deal with the 3 great families. Besides, since I've already entered a secret place in the 33 heavens, how can I not explore it? Chapter 2700. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but feel excited. This was the first time he had come to a world in the 33 heavens, and he didn't expect to encounter such a grand scene. There were definitely many opportunities and benefits in this space, and if he missed it, he would definitely be struck by lightning. Thinking of this, he began to feel a little impatient and couldn't help but want to explore properly. I wonder how little Xingxing, Tomboy, little Ba, little Huang and the others are doing. Du Xiaofu walked out of the cave and began to walk in the direction that the experts had left in. He was worried about Du Xiaoyao, Du Xiaolin, and the others. The 33 heavens were not like the Shen Wu world, there were many experts, and the dangers were much greater. He hoped that they wouldn't encounter too much trouble. Also, the legalism, the school of famous scholars, and the school of vertical and horizontal had failed this time, and he didn't know if they would make any further moves. However, Du Xiaofu wasn't too worried about this. Before he left, the Confucianism, school of Moism, school of agriculture, school of Taoism, and school of Yinyang had promised him that they would send experts to the Shen Wu world to prevent the other 3 families from staking everything and taking revenge on the desolate country or even the Shen Wu world. While he was thinking about these things, Du Xiaofu had already traversed an endless distance, and a few scattered figures began to enter his field of vision. These were all young experts who had entered this place. At the beginning, they had slowly spread out, as if they were all searching for something. Without a doubt, there were definitely unimaginable benefits here, and Du Xiaofu didn't want to let it go. As he flew forward, he also used the power of his primordial spirit to investigate his surroundings, trying to find any clues that might appear. As he continued to move forward, finally, at a certain moment, a strange wave of energy came, and he caught it. Within this wave, there was a desolate and barbaric aura, as if it was emitted by an extremely ancient existence. Let's go take a look. Du Xiaofu's figure flashed down from the sky and landed on the ground. This was a valley area, and the surrounding mountains stretched on and on. Tall trees towered into the sky, and it would probably take dozens of people to wrap their arms around them. It was unknown how many years they had existed. Other than that, there were also large patches of shrubs that covered the entire valley. In the center of the valley, there was nothing but a pitch-black cave entrance. Waves of heat waves were released from it, and occasionally, a bright red light could be seen flashing and extinguishing. The fluctuations that Du Xiaofu sensed were coming from that cave. However, there were already some people gathering outside the cave. They had arrived even earlier than Du Xiaofu. This fluctuation is not simple. I'm afraid there's something extraordinary inside the cave. Du Xiaofu thought to himself. He didn't care about the people around him and instantly went to the entrance of the cave. He secretly observed for a moment. At this time, there were quite a few people around the entrance of the cave. There were more than 30 people. Among them, there were 2 young men surrounded by more than 10 people, making up the majority. Their strength was also very extraordinary. They had reached the peak of the origin returning realm, and were only a step away from the true seizing God realm. They could be considered as powerhouses who were half a step away from the seizing God realm. This kind of cultivation might be much worse than Du Xiaofu's, but if placed in the divine battle world, many experts of the older generation would not be able to catch up. And around these 2 young men, the cultivation of each of the young powerhouses was above the origin returning realm. They were quite powerful. Seeing such a situation, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but sigh. The 33 heavens were indeed blessed by the heavens. The cultivation conditions were too good, and people with outstanding talent could reach an extremely high level in a short time. He Zibai, there must be a treasure under the cave. Why did you come here before me, and yet you don't dare to go down and explore? One of the 2 young men with the highest cultivation base chuckled softly and said to the other. This man's black robe was tightly tied around his body. He was short and had a sharp chin. As he spoke, a sinister look appeared on his face. "Ha, Dai Xuanzi, don't try to provoke me. Everyone knows that the treasures in this origin space are not that easy to obtain. Where there are benefits, there must be extreme danger. If you want to go down, I won't stop you." The man on the other side chuckled and said. This man named He Zibai gave off a completely different feeling from Dai Xuanzi. He wore a white robe and had a handsome face. His expression was gentle, and his laughter was forthright. He was as handsome as jade, and he gave off an aura like a spring breeze. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. This man's appearance was too similar to Qiangu Yu's. They were both extraordinarily handsome, but in terms of temperament, he was completely different from Qiangu Yu. One was graceful and noble, while the other was cold and resolute. There's no reason not to take the treasures in front of us. He Zibai, let's join forces to explore and take the treasures. As for who will get them in the end, it'll all depend on our own luck. What do you think? Someone with Dai Xuanzi's cultivation was naturally not ignorant and knew what was at stake. The treasures were very important, but the fluctuations emanating from the entrance of the cave carried an extremely dangerous aura. He Zibai had arrived before him, but he hadn't entered yet. It was clear that this was definitely not a good place. Perhaps someone had already met with an accident inside. Rather than rashly barging in and encountering danger, only to end up benefiting someone else, it was better to drag the other party along with him. That way, he would have more opportunities to obtain benefit. I have the same idea. Let's do it together. He Zibai nodded in agreement. He could see through Dai Xuanzi's thoughts at a glance. In fact, he was thinking the same thing. If it weren't for the fact that he was afraid of others taking advantage of him, he would have rushed in long ago. I think it's better for someone to scout it out before we go down. In this way, the people behind us will be in less danger. Dai Xuanzi's eyes suddenly narrowed as he swept past everyone present, and Du Xiaofu was naturally included. His gaze was like the gaze of a venomous snake, causing the hearts of many to be unable to help but tremble fiercely. It was as if they were being stared at by a ferocious creature, and they felt indescribably flustered. Fuck! I'm actually going to be used as a backup. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but be stunned, and a wisp of coldness arose from the bottom of his heart. It was even to the extent that he aroused killing intent towards Dai Xuanzi. This isn't good, right? He Zibai's handsome brows knit together as he spoke. Everyone was clearly aware that the person who went down first would face the greatest danger, and the slightest carelessness would very likely cause one to lose one's life. He knew Dai Xuanzi's methods very well, and such actions were indeed his style. However, He Jibai disdained to do such a despicable thing. He thought for a moment and said, "If it's like this, then I won't participate for now. It's better for us to act separately. As for who the treasure will belong to in the end, it will all depend on our own fate." "Why? Are you afraid?" The corner of Dai Xuanzi's mouth curled into a sinister arc, and he ignored He Jibai. His gaze swept past Du Xiaofu and the others, and his eyes turned cold as he said coldly, "I believe that some of you know my background. If you listen to my orders and go down to investigate, I guarantee in the name of the Great Void Divine General's residence that you will definitely be rewarded." This sentence had the intention of coercion and enticement. Just as Du Xiaofu was about to flare up, he heard the surrounding people exclaim in shock, and they couldn't help but discuss spiritedly. "What? The Great Void Divine General's residence? He's actually from the Great Void Divine General's residence." The Great Void Divine General's residence is an absolute colossus in the entire Yuqing Divine Kingdom, and the status of the Great Void Divine General himself is not much lower than that of the Yuqing Divine Emperor. I didn't expect his background to be so great. I heard that the 3 young masters of the Great Void Divine General's residence have all come out, and all of them are extremely talented. Could he be one of them? With the Great Void Divine General's residence as a guarantee, we can really go and investigate. With these people here, I'm afraid that the treasure inside will definitely not belong to us. However, if we can obtain some other benefits, that would be an extremely good thing. Everyone present, except for Du Xiaofu, had obviously heard of the Great Void Divine General's name, and they immediately knew of Dai Xuanzi's background and identity. After a round of discussion, many people were tempted. He Jibai and Dai Xuanzi were present, and in addition to the people around them, they were the most powerful. The treasure in the cave would definitely belong to the 2 of them in the end. However, if they went down to investigate for them and obtained some useful information, they would be able to obtain additional benefits, and this deal seemed to be worth it. The only thing they had to worry about was the danger inside. If their lives were in danger, it would not be worth it. The Great Void Divine General's residence seems to have a powerful background. Du Xiaofu's heart sank. He had just arrived in this world, and he knew nothing about the factions here. However, he knew that Dai Xuanzi's background must be extremely powerful when he heard the name. Moreover, the man who looked similar to Qiangu Yu was probably an outstanding disciple of a powerful faction, and his identity was definitely not simple. Du Xiaofu, like the others, also looked at Dai Xuanzi with a hopeful expression, but it was all an act. "What kind of rewards will we get if we go down to investigate?" Du Xiaofu smiled and asked Dai Xuanzi. He did not intend to let go of the treasure below, and it would be even better if he could obtain the rewards that Dai Xuanzi promised before entering. Dai Xuanzi was not a good person, and Du Xiaofu did not feel any psychological burden from extorting him. Chapter 2701. Hearing Du Xiaofu's question, the eyes of the 7 or 8 young experts beside him couldn't help but reveal a fiery light. They all stared at Dai Xuanzi, waiting for his answer. Seeing this scene, He Jibai couldn't help but smile bitterly. He shook his head, as if he was sighing about something. Others didn't know Dai Xuanzi's background, but he knew very well that it wouldn't be easy to obtain benefits from that guy. "Depending on the situation, if you can help me break open the fearsome ground and obtain the treasures inside, what's the harm in giving you a high-grade divine weapon?" Dai Xuanzi said, raising his chin slightly with a hint of arrogance. His words immediately caused many people's expressions to change drastically, and they all cried out in surprise. "A divine weapon! A high-grade divine weapon! This is unbelievable! A high-grade divine weapon, if I obtain it, my strength will increase by at least 40 to 50%. As expected of someone from the Great Void Divine General's estate, he's really generous." Hearing everyone's words, Du Xiaofu fell into deep thought. He was still not too clear on what kind of concept a god artifact was, but from the reactions of those people, he could tell that the high-grade god artifact that Dai Xuanzi spoke of was definitely extraordinary. He just did not know if it could compare to his own heavenly palace of violet gold, and whether it was stronger or weaker. He was silent for a moment, then said again, "I'm afraid this isn't right. If we go down, it's already a matter of 9 deaths. If we die and don't even get to touch the divine weapon, wouldn't that be a great loss? How about this, you give us the reward first, and we'll go down to investigate." Du Xiaofu pretended to be a hothead and said seriously. However, his words made Dai Xuanzi's face darken immediately. He Jibai was also stunned, and he began to seriously size up Du Xiaofu. This unfamiliar face actually dared to bargain with Dai Xuanzi. How could he not be surprised? He did not believe that Du Xiaofu was really a hothead. He was definitely pretending to be a fool. However, he did not know where Du Xiaofu came from. He even dared to provoke someone from the Great Void General's residence. "Kid, are you trying to bargain with me?" Dai Xuanzi's face darkened as he glared at Du Xiaofu. His tone involuntarily became stern. As Du Xiaofu had concealed his aura, Dai Xuanzi was unable to see through his cultivation. "Since we're making a deal, we have to be fair. You can't expect us to go down and die just because of a promise. How can there be such an easy thing in the world?" Du Xiaofu spread out his hands and remained motionless. "Brat, you have guts. Do you know who you are talking to?" This time, before Dai Xuanzi could say anything, one of his followers stepped forward and pointed at Du Xiaofu as he reprimanded him. At the same time, a bright light burst out from the follower's body, and a tyrannical aura surged toward Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu circulated the energy in his body and repelled the opponent's aura. However, his body swayed and he took half a step back. The strength of the person who had attacked was merely at the late stage of origin return realm. In other words, it was equivalent to the sage accomplished realm. So, it shouldn't have resulted in such a result. However, Du Xiaofu didn't want to reveal his strength too early. Therefore, he pretended to be at a disadvantage. "You're not weak, but you shouldn't have been so presumptuous in front of me. Now you have 2 choices. One is to go down and investigate for us. After you obtain useful information, I'll spare your life. 2, I'll take your life now and let you pay the price for your mistake." Dai Xuanzi stared at Du Xiaofu, and his tone was filled with killing intent. At this time, he could see that Du Xiaofu was not a hothead at all. He was just pretending to be stupid and making fun of him. Those who could enter the chaos space were not weak. The purple-robed young man in front of him was not weak either. He was able to resist the aura of an expert at the advanced stage of the void returning realm. It was enough to show that he was extraordinary. However, he was still too weak compared to Dai Xuanzi. Dai Xuanzi's heart inexplicably burst with killing intent. Since young, not many people dared to question his words in such a tone. You want to take someone's life at every turn. Those who don't know would think that this is your home. Du Xiaofu was also a little angry. He curled his lips and sneered. "I came from another world and have never heard of the Great Void Divine General's residence. I don't know how powerful it is, so don't use it to pressure me. I won't fall for it. My life is right here, but I don't know if you have the ability to take it away. Kid, how dare you look down on the Great Void Divine General's residence? You're courting death." The anger in Dai Xuanzi's heart rose with a bang, and his eyes were incomparably cold. He let out a muffled roar. With a flip of his wrist, a completely black longsword appeared in his hand. The moment the longsword appeared, it instantly poured out a misty fog, which spread out like water waves. The longsword let out a wung-wung sound, and the surrounding void was affected by it, forming circles of ripples. Then, Dai Xuanzi's wrist gently shook, and the ripples became even more intense. The space directly distorted and deformed like a fried dough twist. Without any hesitation, he swung his sword and slashed out, violently attacking Du Xiaofu. A huge sword light was like a water curtain, with dazzling runes jumping. With a destructive aura, it swept towards Du Xiaofu. What an unlucky year. Not long after I left home, I was chased by an old dog for a long time. Now, an arrogant second-generation heir has appeared to provoke me. Do I have a face that's easy to bully? Do any Tom, Dick, or Harry have to bare their fangs and brandish their claws in front of me? Du Xiaofu's heart was filled with endless emotions, and there was also an indescribable sense of depression. However, he had never been a person who was afraid of trouble. Since the other party had come to provoke him, how could he have the nerve to come to the 33 heavens if he didn't leave a memento? At the same time, Du Xiaofu summoned the purple-gold heavenly tower into his hand. The broadsword's body glowed with a dazzling purple-gold light, like a purple sun shining brightly, dazzling everyone's eyes. Wave after wave of vast aura surged out, like a rushing river, like a monstrous wave, spreading out in the void. A violent wave of majesty instantly descended, filling the surrounding endless void. At the same time, the roars of dragons and tigers, as well as the cries of birds and turtles, erupted from the purple-gold heavenly tower. Hegemonic sword path. Du Xiaofu let out a low roar, and with a slash of his sword, the surrounding mountains all trembled. Everywhere the vast sword light passed, the void was like a piece of cloth, and a terrifying gap was drawn out, appearing ferocious. The sword light collided with Dai Xuanzi's sword light in an instant. Crackle, the space was torn apart piece by piece, and huge cracks spread out like a spider web. Broken runes danced in the sky, sweeping in all directions. The vegetation in the valley was completely wiped out, and the area of dozens of miles around the two of them turned into a yellow sand zone. He Zibai and the dozens of people who were nearby all retreated. In this energy storm that filled the sky, Du Xiaofu did not seem to be affected at all. His figure crossed it and charged straight at Dai Xuanzi. So you were hiding your strength. Dai Xuanzi's figure retreated explosively, and only after flying out of the center of the energy storm did he fly out. Previously, Du Xiaofu was pushed back half a step by his subordinate's aura attack, but when he fought with him, the result was like this. Although the battle between the two of them did not create a huge array, Dai Xuanzi did not dare to rashly pass through the energy storm, but the purple-robed young man opposite him dared to. Obviously, he had not used his full strength yet. This made Dai Xuanzi's heart fill with shock. Needless to say, the opponent's strength was definitely not weaker than his, and might even be stronger. This unknown kid's strength was actually so profound. Kid, no matter where you come from, you're going to die today. Dai Xuanzi's eyes were wide open, and his face was ferocious. He stared at Du Xiaofu like a cheetah, ready to pounce at any time. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind in a moment. With the strength of this kid in front of him, he must have a certain background, and there might be some colossus behind him. But Dai Xuanzi was not afraid. In the Yu Qing Divine Kingdom, there were only a limited number of people that he did not dare to casually provoke. However, this kid in front of him who he had never met before was definitely not one of them. You're shouting so happily. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate and die early? Du Xiaofu glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and said disdainfully. Just as Dai Xuanzi had guessed, Du Xiaofu had concealed his cultivation and did not use his full strength. But what Dai Xuanzi did not expect was that if Du Xiaofu really wanted to kill him, he would be smashed into pieces with just a light slap. However, Du Xiaofu did not want to reveal his strength too early. In this space, there were still many powerful existences, and there were also some people among the younger generation of the 33 heavens that he needed to take seriously. He came from a small world and was unfamiliar with this place, so it was better to keep a low profile for the time being. But to Du Xiaofu's surprise, the dozens of people who had retreated into the distance were all stunned when he said those words. In particular, He Zhibai's group, who knew Dai Xuanzi better, immediately began to discuss. Who is this guy? He even dares to scold the third young master of the Great Void Divine General's residence? Who doesn't know that the people of the Great Void Divine General's residence have always been arrogant? That guy actually dared to provoke the third young master of the Dai family. He's really bold. Chapter 2702. In the entire Yuqing Divine Kingdom, I don't think anyone would dare to provoke the Great Void Divine General's residence, especially Dai Xuanzi, who is one of the 3 young masters of their family. Maybe it's just like what the purple-robed young man said. He just came from the outside world and has never heard of the Great Void Divine General's residence. He doesn't know what kind of monster it is. I don't know where that guy came from, but he doesn't seem to be weaker than third young master Dai. This is going to be a good show. That guy doesn't look like a good person. I wonder what the outcome will be when he goes up against third young master Dai. The people around He Jibai started to discuss among themselves. They were shocked by Du Xiaofu's performance. But at the same time, they were also looking forward to it. They wanted to see a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. The only one who didn't express his opinion was He Jibai. He stood there quietly, his white robe fluttering in the wind. He was handsome like jade, and his brows were slightly furrowed. Young master, I seem to have seen this person before. When he was outside the origin space, he seemed to have been chased by an old man. One of He Jibai's subordinates said softly. You were chased in here? He Jibai muttered. He thought for a while, but didn't say anything else. No matter where he comes from, since he provoked the Great Void Divine General's residence, I'm afraid he won't have a good ending. Maybe he's not weaker than Dai Xuanzi, but there are many people from the Great Void Divine General's residence here. How can 2 fists win against 4 hands? Someone among He Jibai's subordinates sighed. Many people nodded in agreement when they heard this. They looked at Du Xiaofu with pity in their eyes, as if they had already seen his tragic end. The subordinates who came with Dai Xuanzi all had cold smiles on their faces. They didn't rush forward to deal with Du Xiaofu together. They only watched from the side. They were very clear about the third young master's strength. Even though he was at a disadvantage in the initial confrontation, he still held back a certain amount of strength. With him making a move, they only needed to watch from afar and see how he would trample on that insolent brat so that he would know the immensity of heaven and earth. Everyone stopped talking and focused their attention on the 2 people. Originally, He Jibai and the others wanted to enter the cave to investigate, but at this time, Du Xiaofu and Dai Xuanzi were confronting each other again, so he had no choice but to stop and watch from afar. Brat, you will definitely pay for your arrogance. Dai Xuanzi's face turned ashen as he shouted at Du Xiaofu. He actually said that he was in a hurry to reincarnate? Since he was young, no one had ever dared to say such words to him. You sure talk a lot of nonsense. If you want to fight, then let's fight. However, I will spare your life. Didn't you want someone else to be your scapegoat? You can go into the cave and check it out. Du Xiaofu's gaze was fierce as he grunted coldly. During the process of him charging forward, the violet gold heavenly palace erupted with a dazzling light, and a vast imposing aura surged out while dense mist rose up like clouds. Kill! Dai Xuanzi didn't waste his breath any longer. His sword soared through the sky, causing layer after layer of ripples to arise in space, and it surged out like a wave as it moved to intercept Du Xiaofu's sword light. This was the laws of water, and it carried softness within hardness and hardness within softness. Swish, swish, swish. Under its influence, the surrounding space seemed to have transformed into an ocean that was suffused with tempestuous waves, and the tall waves roared as they soared into the sky and charged into the 9 heavens. Pillar after pillar of water pierced through the sky like numerous enormous dragons that danced wildly in the sky. Terrifying dragon roars shook the heavens and the earth, causing the surrounding mountains to collapse piece by piece amidst the roars. Mountain rocks rolled down as if a magnificent army was galloping, and dust covered the sky as if it was the end of the world. Roar, 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 roar. The enormous dragons condensed from the laws of water roared as their enormous bodies twisted and swooped down from the waves, and they smashed down towards Du Xiaofu. On the other hand, what responded to the enormous dragons with imposing auras was Du Xiaofu's swift counterattack. The violet-gold heavenly palace in his hand stabbed towards space, causing a strand of violet-gold light to shoot out. The dazzling sword energy was like a primeval sword that smashed through layer upon layer of obstructions in space and directly charged into space. Swish, swish. Du Xiaofu's figure was like a bolt of lightning as he broke through layer upon layer of obstructions, and the terrifying sword light instantly arrived before Dai Xuanzi. But after being exhausted by countless enormous dragons, the sword light had dimmed down greatly at this moment. Even then, it still possessed extremely terrifying might. Dai Xuanzi's face instantly turned grim when he saw this scene. He never would have thought that the purple-robed young man's strength would be so terrifying. He originally thought that the other party had only concealed a small portion of his cultivation, but only at this moment did he truly realize that the gap between him and the other party was simply too great. The God-seizing stage. He must be at the God-seizing stage. There's no way anyone below the God-seizing stage would have such strength. Dai Xuanzi was greatly shocked. Seeing the sword light coming at him, his expression changed as he hastily brandished his sword again. The power of law surged and enveloped the black longsword in his hand, releasing a misty green light that fiercely collided with Du Xiaofu's sword light. Swish, swish, swish. He Jibai and the other dozens of people felt as if the heavens had poured into their ears in an instant, and their primordial spirits throbbed in fear. Dai Xuanzi, who was in the center of the battle, felt even more so. He only felt his vision go black in an instant, his ears were buzzing, and his mind was completely blank. But he wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. His cultivation was at the top among his peers, so he reacted at the first possible moment. Suddenly, a strange aura fluctuated from his body and filled the space in front of him. In the next instant, a gurgling sound could be heard, and the space in front of him seemed to have turned into a clear spring with endless bubbles rising. A water curtain was formed, and it carried a gentle force as it stood erect in the void. It was at the same time that the water curtain appeared that Du Xiaofu's sword had already arrived and suddenly pierced into the water curtain. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The heavenly purple-gold fault sword blazed like a piece of red-hot iron thrown into clear water, and it emitted an ear-piercing sound. The space in front of it instantly began to boil like a pot of water that had been boiled. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. The shield formed from the water attribute law carried an extremely powerful defensive power. The power carried by Du Xiaofu's sword light was rapidly consumed, and when it reached Dai Xuanzi's chest, it also dissipated with a hum and was annihilated into nothingness. Following that, the water curtain in front of Dai Xuanzi also disintegrated, and the space returned to its original appearance. Phew! Dai Xuanzi broke out in a cold sweat and let out a long sigh of relief. Du Xiaofu's sudden burst of strength surprised him, but in the end, he was still able to block it at the last moment and didn't cause any harm. At this time, how could he not understand that the gap between him and the purple-robed young man was really too huge? He was very sure now that his opponent was definitely a powerhouse in the seizing divinity realm. He just didn't know which side of the 33 heavens this young man with outstanding talent came from. I don't care which huge figure you are the descendant of, I will never let you go. Dai Xuanzi thought to himself as he stared at Du Xiaofu with intense hatred in his eyes. Coming from another world and entering the territory of the Yuqing Divine Kingdom, even if he was a dragon, he had to coil up, and even if he was a tiger, he had to lie down. Daring to provoke the Great Void Divine General's residence would only result in death in the origin space. With so many people in the Great Void Divine General's residence, It would be easy to deal with an insignificant outsider. However, just as Dai Xuanzi's malicious intent rose in his heart, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. A chill rose from the bottom of his feet, and a chill ran down his spine. This was because he saw a fist enlarging in front of him, and it was coming straight at him without any fancy moves. After a bang, Dai Xuanzi's head emitted a buzz sound, and he felt intense dizziness. He almost fell down. Putting on airs just because you have some strength. Didn't your elders teach you to keep your eyes open and not provoke anyone? Du Xiaofu snorted and punched Dai Xuanzi's face, causing blood to flow out from the corner of his mouth. Dai Xuanzi's body flew sideways from the punch, and he crashed into a mountain in the distance. With a loud boom, the thick mountain peak collapsed, and rocks flew everywhere, causing smoke and dust to billow. "Ah, bastard! I'm going to kill you!" Dai Xuanzi shouted in anger and embarrassment. He climbed up from the ruins and let out an earth-shattering roar. With indescribable hatred, he charged at Du Xiaofu with bared fangs and brandished claws. At this moment, Dai Xuanzi was overwhelmed by shame and anger. He had never suffered such a loss in his life, and no one had ever dared to slap him in the face. At this moment, all he wanted to do was to tear that bastard into pieces to vent his anger. With a loud roar, Dai Xuanzi's long hair danced in the wind and stood up, as if he had gone mad. The law of water condensed into a huge light sword, and he held it in his hand. He slashed down from the sky, aiming for Du Xiaofu's head. "You're just a clown." Du Xiaofu let out another cold snort as a cold glint appeared in his eyes. It had to be said that Dai Xuanzi's strength was not weak. In the divine martial world, other than himself, he was definitely at the peak. Even those old monsters who had cultivated for countless years could not compare to him. What was more terrifying was that behind him, there was a great void divine general's mansion. Du Xiaofu did not know what kind of existence the great void divine general's mansion was, but just by hearing the name, he knew that it was extraordinary. It was definitely a powerful force that was not to be trifled with. However, in Du Xiaofu's eyes, it was not a threat at all. No matter how strong the great void divine general's mansion was, it would not be much stronger than the school of legalism, the school of famers, and the school of vertical and horizontal. He did not want to make enemies, but he would not let others climb over his head and do whatever they wanted. At the very least, Dai Xuanzi's seemingly strong strength was far from enough. As for the great void divine general's mansion, that was something that he would have to deal with in the future. What great void divine general's mansion? You can use it to scare others, but it is useless in front of me. Du Xiaofu frowned and waved his hand. The purple gold heavenly fault in his hand let out a cheerful cry. Light lingered on the sword blade and gradually gathered. Then, it turned into a vast sword light that supported the heavens and the earth, as if it wanted to pierce through the sky. The entire space trembled under this sword light, and huge cracks appeared with a ka-ka-ka sound. The scene was terrifying. Roar of the sacred sword. Du Xiaofu raised the sword radiance and slashed down with brute force. It cut through the void and went straight for Dai Xuanzi's light sword. He still did not use his full strength. He only used martial arts to fight against his opponent. He did not use his strongest law of space and law of lightning at all to hide his strength. However, it was under such circumstances that the moment the two sword radiances collided, the difference in strength was instantly determined. Dai Xuanzi's huge light sword was immediately shattered into pieces. It turned into talisman runes that spun in the void, and then disappeared into nothingness. Du Xiaofu's sword radiance carried the remaining momentum. It was like a huge light pillar that slashed violently on Dai Xuanzi's body. After a boom, Dai Xuanzi was slapped back into the ruins of the mountain peak. He was drowned by the flying rocks, and there was no sound for a long time. How can he be so strong? Dai Xuanzi was defeated so badly. What level has his cultivation reached? Where did this guy come from? He's so strong. He can't be a nobody. He came from another world. He must be the successor of a powerful force in the 33 heavens. Such a force might be even stronger than the Yu Qing divine kingdom. It might even be on par with the various holy lands of the supreme Changrong heaven. But this is really interesting. Dai Xuanzi, who has always been domineering in the Yu Qing divine kingdom, suffered such a huge loss today. Among the dozens of onlookers, except for Dai Xuanzi's followers, the rest were extremely shocked. They were amazed by Du Xiaofu's strength. The people on He Jibai's side were even gloating over his misfortune. Third young master. Quick, go and see the third young master. More than 10 people from the Great Void Divine General's residence were furious. They disappeared from where they were and appeared at the collapsed mountain peak in the next moment. Soon, they found Dai Xuanzi. At this moment, he was covered in blood and dust. His robe was tattered and hung like strips of cloth. He was in a sorry state. The side of his face was swollen. It was the result of Du Xiaofu's punch. Dai Xuanzi's breath was weak and he looked dispirited. He was as miserable as he could be. Kid, how dare you injure the third young master like this? The Great Void Divine General's residence will burn you to ashes. A follower supported Dai Xuanzi's arm and glared at Du Xiaofu as he spoke angrily. His gaze was as if he was looking at a dead man. On the other hand, the rest of the followers stepped out as well. In the blink of an eye, they formed an encirclement and closed in on Du Xiaofu. They intended to attack together and kill Du Xiaofu with all their strength to avenge the third young master. In their opinion, the purple-robed youth was very strong, but he would not be able to escape from the joint attack of more than 10 experts who were at least at the advanced stage of the void returning realm. However, just as these people moved, Dai Xuanzi's weak voice sounded in their ears. Let's go. Dai Xuanzi gritted his teeth. He wished he could cut Du Xiaofu into 108 pieces with his gaze. Up until now, his subordinates were unable to discern it, but he himself was able to clearly sense that the purple-robed young man's strength was truly unfathomable. It could truly be said to be terrifying, and it was absolutely not much weaker than his two brothers. Once he understood the gap between them, he had to know when to advance and retreat. If he fought head-on, he would be the one to suffer in the end. Revenge is a dish best served cold. I will settle this score with you in the future. After saying this, Dai Xuanzi turned around and prepared to leave this troublesome place. As for the treasure in the cave, there was no need to think about it. With the purple-robed youth, He Jibai, and the others present, there was no chance for him to get it. However, just as Dai Xuanzi was about to leave through a spatial rift, a soft voice spoke again. You want to leave just like that? It's not that easy. The corner of Du Xiaofu's mouth rose slightly and he said coldly, I said that I won't kill you because I want you to explore the cave for everyone. You can't leave just like that. Finish what you have to do first. As he spoke, the purple-gold light on his body suddenly brightened. The golden rock wings on his back flapped rapidly, creating a violent whirlwind. Du Xiaofu was extremely fast and blocked in front of Dai Xuanzi and the others in an instant. This guy is really arrogant. He Jibai and the others were stunned. They were deeply shocked by Du Xiaofu's words. Not only did he beat up the third young master of the Great Void General's estate, but he also wanted them to explore the cave? If something were to happen to Dai Xuanzi, then the enmity between them would be too deep. Kid, don't go too far. The follower who spoke earlier shouted angrily. The spatial tunnel he had just torn was shattered by the slash of the other party's wings. There was no way for him to leave. I'm going too far? Du Xiaofu sneered. Without saying anything, he brazenly attacked. One of his arms shot out like lightning and grabbed the follower by the collar. Then, he threw the follower toward the cave. The follower did resist, but he was shocked to find that the power in his body was completely sealed in a short period of time, making him unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as he was sent flying. His body drew an arc in the air, and then fell into the pitch-black hole,